$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Welcome everyone to the Esports World Cup qualifiers for Rainbow Six Siege here in Europe. My name is Gibson. I am joined today by Whippet to find out what the final teams from this region to represent the region in Siege will be. Whippet, pretty interesting day yesterday, right? A couple of big upsets.
There's a few big upsets. I think we'll talk about them just a little bit later as we go on. But of course, that set of games were not streamed. So you've probably seen on social media how those things played out. So very interesting results we load up into these games. 4 teams survived to make their chance and make their bid to make it the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Just around 3 weeks away from today, Gibson, going into it. And well, speaking about the event, it is a massive one, Gibby. 21 games, 60 million USD in prize pool. A lot to play for every organization and team going.
Yeah, so much for the organizations and for the individual players as well. The tournament has already begun with several titles already underway, and I've been keeping an eye on it. But like, it's life-changing money for a lot of these players. And when you look at some of the games that are taking part, obviously we're all eyes on the Rainbow Six Siege, but this week we've had Warzone on. Dota's been going underway. You've had League of Legends taking place as well. And the big thing about this event that I think they have done better than anything we've seen before is that key system. I know you're a massive fan of it.
Of course, I mean, what Gibby's alluding to is the trophy system in effect at the event. So, if you qualify to make it to UWC, you get a key, and that is proving your right to compete at that event. You win, you get to insert your key into that trophy and take it home back to yours, and if of course, you get that victory entitled. The frame of your key is placed on the obelisk as a memorial of all those victors at every single Esports World Cup. But there's a few extra details to that one perhaps you might want to allude to.
Oh, that's just the small part.
Oh, yeah.
My favorite part is the fact that you actually create a bit of a rival system as well, where you can choose 3 of your fallen enemy team's keys to insert onto your winner's trophy. The biggest bit of BM that you could possibly do is to get your key or get your rival's key on your trophy. But of course, one team who everybody would want their key isn't even going to be there. G2 Whippet already knocked out, and they will not be taking part today.
The less I speak about GT, perhaps the better for myself in that one, but the format coming this one is in effect. So for Europe, we're going to be sending 3 teams to Esports World Cup in 3 weeks. North America will follow suit. Brazil, the most dominant region we've had in years for Rainbow Six, will be sending 4 representatives. LATAM, Asia, South Korea, Japan, Oceania, and MENA will send 1 representative. Few of these have already been decided. Japan and North America will be having quals later on today as well. Well, group stage will take place on the 31st of July and the 1st of August. We'll get that wrapped up, and then the main stage is where you get to compete for that hefty prize pool. But we do still have to send those European representatives to the event, Gibson.
Yeah, 3 representatives still to be decided from Europe. So here is how that is going to work. As we said, yesterday's games did not happen on broadcast. They have already, I know for some of these teams they're going to wish it hadn't happened, but Those games weren't on broadcast. We have 4 teams left alive. It's as simple as this. The 2 teams that win today secure their ticket for the finals. But tomorrow, there's that 3rd place playoff, which is essentially the side door into EWC for these teams.
Yes, that's going to be an all-important one for that last chance to make it there. But of course, the results we had in the quarterfinals. Secret get their victory over Ents in a 2-1 fashion. BDS and Virtus Pro, and what I've heard from you heard from speaking to some players on this team, on BDS, it was a very, very close matchup. VP very close to getting that one done. Wolves versus G2. A lot of people would expected G2, massive pickups, bringing in Blaz, bringing in another Brazilian import player, falling a little bit flat, and maybe do a little bit more work in the server for some players, less on the timeline, and Fnatic falling short yet again. ITB still building strong. A disappointing Manchester major performance from them, looking to rebuild here today.
It's funny because you say 2 massive pickups for G2, but I'm on the other side of the coin. I think they've suffered 3 massive losses. They've lost Virtue, they've lost their coach Titan, and they've lost Benja. And those are 3 very big things to use. And of course, one of those, the coach, or the analyst who has gone to become the coach of Bliss Titan, is already going to the Esports World Cup. He's qualified with Bliss. And then you look at the fact that the other 2 players I just spoke about, one of them today, Virtue, if Secret come off with a win, he'll be going to the Esports World Cup. And over on the NA side of things, Benja's still in with a chance of qualifying as well. So you say G2 have made massive pickups. I argue, I'd say they've taken some big losses, and I don't know how you replace those 3.
I mean, realistically, you look at the play, you lose Benja, you lose Virtue just in terms of in-server play staff. You don't really replace those. You're not going to find slot-for-slot replacements for them, so it's going to be a new look at this team. And while I'll be harsh on them, and I think many people will be, just because they bear the moniker of G2 and the legacy that roster holds, it's still early days for this team, and I guarantee they will look stronger by the time Stage 2 rolls around at the end of the summer. But as you mentioned, those players that have left this side still have a chance to make it towards EWC. As you mentioned, Titan, and listen, I will want to give Titan all the roses possible. Taking the mantle down in Oceania has got Bliss qualified, and Benja still has that chance to qualify the North American quals alongside SSG.
So let's take a look at the first matchup that we're going to have today. It is, of course, Team Secret taking on BDS. BDS, who just came back from a final loss at the Manchester Major. They lost to Beast Coast, who I think made one of the biggest underdog runs that we've ever seen in Siege history to go ahead and win that event. But BDS have really strengthened compared to last year, when they, of course, won this event when it was going under the moniker of Gamers 8. They won the event. They made some changes. They brought in 2 XM&M players, and people have been alluding to them as the next super team. First event they played, they make a major final. But the big thing for them, Whippet, is taking that next step and actually winning again, because it does make a big difference when you make 2 changes to any roster.
It does. It changes the flow of the team, and it definitely changes things considering BDS are swapping from communicating inside of French now to an English side with the additions of Solotov and users coming to the side. So those are going to be massive factors. And you got to think just those milliseconds of perhaps decision making that might be affected by that language barrier could be in effect for this side. But the moniker of a super team, I think, is a well-suited one for this team. In their first major run, they all get all the way to the grand final, and this felt that Beast Coast were the destined team to win that, no matter who they faced in that final going against them. But we look at the opponent for BDS coming this one, it's Secret, another team that's had a major rise to success, massive pickups coming in this one, especially for this qualifier and this event, with Virtue exiting G2, finding a home in Secret. I'm very excited to see what this team does, but I do believe we have the map feed already, so we can see where these teams do clash, and I'm very intrigued to see where they went. Gibby, talk us through it.
So the first map, Secret are going to take us to Bank Chalet, being brought up second by BDS, and the decider, of course, will be Nighthaven Labs. Now, I had a chat with Twister, the coach of Secret, before today's games, and he actually believes that their map pool works really well against what BDS are going to try to bring to the table today. So he thinks it'll be other factors than the map that are going to decide who wins on these games. The one thing about all 3 of these maps is there's a lot of open space for players to play in, right? But this is a map where these are maps where roamers are going to have a massive impact. But Bank being picked up first by Secret, you always feel like you have to win your map pick, particularly in a tournament like this, a game like this, where if you lose, you go into that 3rd place playoff.
Well, evidently, confident to bring out Bank in this map pick is going to be Secret. I do feel that this is going to be a close matchup. I think BDS stylistically have the firepower to deal with the difficult strategic problems that Bank can provide. But Secret, again, this team that a lot of people have kind of, just because of their historic status, they've been a team that have always been here, always been in that midfield position. Now they're looking to challenge for those top 3 slots inside of EUL, and I do feel that this is going to be confident showing from them, especially with Virtue now kind of adding that experience, adding that new aspect of this team. But Chalet and Nighthaven will definitely be exciting, and I can never complain when teams have the bravery to go to Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, it's the deciding map. We may or may not get there. It depends how the first 2 go, but the second map is the one that's got me excited, because when you think about maybe 2 years ago, 2021, even back to 2020, there was a team called M&M who dominated on Chalet. Like, they went almost a full calendar year without losing a single game. I think, was it CAG maybe at SI was one of the first teams to beat them there, or at least take them there at an international event. But when you think about it, you look at the new BDS roster, they've brought in 2 players from that old M&M organization. It's no surprise to see them picking Chalet either.
Oh, obviously, there's going to be that little root of DNA and perhaps understanding of this map going into it. But I certainly feel that there are some ghosts still haunt this side. No matter how many players go in the BDS, you just can't seem to get things done. And the big thing that I want to highlight on this one is while they have that super team moniker, they aren't immortal. They have shown they can bleed. We think about the Manchester Major, and the massive upset result that we saw was that KAG, a Japanese representative, got a victory against BDS. They've done it before, 2 SIs ago. It was a massive shock, but the fact that KAG done it again shows that BDS, either from kind of underestimating opponents or perhaps not being the quickest team out of the blocks, can be left vulnerable in a best of 3 format. If Secret can expose that a little bit early, they can get their map pick, move on the Chalet, another map that they are comfortable on, they might be able to get that upset. And I will say, I'm going to bill it as an upset because many people will be cheering those BDS colours just because the legacy of this team, and of course there's that one man that you can never count out, and that's going to be Shaiko.
Yeah, Shaiko, of course, one of the best gunners in the world and has been now for several years, but he's finally got the support on this team that I think that he's maybe lacked at times. You speak about the impact that Solotov can have. I think EFAC coming in after their first Gamers 8 victory 2 years ago in 2021 had a massive impact in this roster as well, considering they went on to win a major in the backdrop of that. But we spoke a lot about BDS. Let's focus in on Team Secret once more. So they've lost Miracle. They, of course, brought in one of the, as we like to call, the spin twins, Adrian and Creeds. Adrian joined this roster and had an instant impact inside of Stage 1. But not only that, there was another change in this roster that I think kind of went under the radar a little bit with it. They changed their analyst, bringing in JP. He, of course, was in Siege in Brazil a few years ago, went and tested out the waters in Valorant as an analyst and coach, and he actually spoke to Twister and came back, and you look at kind of when he rejoined the team, and Secret had a big improvement in performance as well, because a very good analyst can really help the team move forward as well.
Yeah, I mean, we had a brief conversation in the Manchester Major with him as well, and the connection, the chemistry that Twister and him do hold is going to be fantastic for this team environment. And I have a lot of high praise for Twister in that coaching role. Having another talented kind of wingman helping him support this team is going to be massive. And of course, the variety of talent on this roster. And we'll very much kind of lean into the storyline of Virtue for this going in. But Adrian has been an exceptional addition for this team. Team always able to bring a level of firepower. Is an exceptional young talent. And everyone who kind of has been around in Europe is super excited to see what this talent can do. And I think Secret might be the perfect home to hone those skills. Maybe he'll pick up a trophy here and there.
Hopefully. I know that we always like to see people that we know personally doing well going into the future. But another thing to talk about going into this matchup between these first 2 sides is how they got here. So you think about the games yesterday. Both matches went to 3 maps. Obviously, BDS had that game against VP. A game which historically I don't think that VP are a team whose style would necessarily suit the way BDS want to play. They like to take things very slow, and they drew out the game. And if you look at the scoreline, it was an 8-7 win, a 3-7 loss, and then a 7-3 win. You'd think that those second 2 maps were a little bit one-sided, but having spoken to BDS, they said every single round of that whole best of 3 series came right down to the wire, which is exactly what you would expect when you're playing against a team like BDS. On the other side of that coin, Secret played 3 maps yesterday as well. 7-3 win, 7-4 loss, 7-3 win. Another game which was a lot tighter than it was that people maybe would have thought it was. But here's the big thing with it. ENCE played that slow passive style that VP do as well, which essentially means that neither of these teams would have got the perfect warm-up yesterday to play their foe today.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned that perfectly. Stylistically, they wouldn't have been able to get adjusted for the matchup they have again today, and the lack of VODs from the games yesterday mean that you're relying on historic scrim performances and other analytical factors to build on this, of course. So teams in the background during the launch of this new season would have been scrimming, getting used to this and seeing how new teams have adapted. Not major changes gameplay-wise coming in this one at least, so it's not too drastic of a meta change for these teams to deal with, but it's going to be a little bit of a learning on the fly experience, and I think that's going to be where you're going to see experienced heads like Liquefac and Virtue being massive benefits for their team, and those will be the guys that are going to be making those decision-making processes most likely, because you're going to have to think and adapt on the fly, and many teams can struggle with that one when they have to deviate from the strat book. And that will be an interesting thing to see once we get towards that second half of map 1, map 2, perhaps even map 3, how these teams look different compared to how we start the opening half of Bank.
It is, and another thing that's going to have a massive impact, and I cannot wait till we see it, is the bans when you go to a map like Bank as well. It's something for these teams to think about, and that's where those analysts that we spoke about begin to earn their money. Which operators do the other team like to use to have big impacts? Which operators do you want to try to avoid getting banned as well? Because that's something to think about, whether or not you're attacking or defending. All in all, though, I think this is going to be a very fun matchup because, as we said, you've got BDS who have essentially, they're going for the three-peat, the triple crown, as you said, of victories in Gamers 8 as they have won the previous 2 iterations, and now they're looking to do it for a 3rd time under the Esports World Cup banner. For Team Secret, this is all kind of new, right? You think about the people involved. Twister was involved at Gamers 8 a few years back on an analyst perspective, but when you think about the roster, really only is it Virtue that's had the ability to play in this region before and kind of see what it's like to play under that pressure.
The biggest thing for this teams is, of course, the massive, the monetary stakes going into this matchup. Just qualifying for the event is going to be a massive token because I believe there's a participation prize pool that's very high for these organizations going into it. And of course, the massive 2 million prize pool that rivals that of the Invitational. You want to be able to get that for your own personal game and the glory of being able to go out there and have a massive run and the stakes that includes. And of course, we've all seen the stages and social media going on to that. You want to be on those stages in that moment. And I think there's a lot of pressure going into this one for these teams. Now, again, Virtue being there, done that, lifted a hammer, done everything inside of the European region. Got a couple of, kind of greener talent around him, but that's the type of person you want to be in that leadership role. And BDS, they've already got to a major grand final in Manchester with this new look roster. They've been a team that have been either champions or there and thereabouts time and time again. Victory in Gamers 8 the last 2 years, the Jönköping major behind them as well. So they are a side that has that experience, and that could be a key factor as pressure might not be as much of an impact for them.
Yeah, well, I always like to say pressure makes diamonds as well, but, we can use all those types of phrases. It's time for the important part of the pre-show. It's that prediction time, Whippet. So, first off, I want to know who you think is going to win this matchup and why. And while you're doing that, I'm also going to pose that same question to the viewers at home. Who do you think is going to take this win? Whippet, are we going to see all 3 maps today?
I'd like to see all 3 maps in this matchup. I think it would be the best representation for all these teams. My prediction, Gibson, you know what? It's been a qualifier of upsets so far. I'm going to say 2-1 victory Secret.
You're going for that secret win. You're a Twister fan, then I take it with that one. Well, because I'm on the other side of the desk, I have to go with the opposite side because we can't have 2 of us being right or wrong. One of us has to be right and one of us has to be wrong. I'm going to go for Team BDS only because they know what it is like to get to this event. They know what it is like to win this event on the other side of the coin as well. All in all, though, I wanted to go 3 maps. You and I, we worked in Stage 1. We covered the LATAM and Brazil regions, and it seemed like we just were never going to get a Labs game to cast. It was just constant cafe all the time with those teams. We do have an update. So Chalet was actually picked by Secret Whippet, which kind of changes that dynamic because I thought that they went there because of the fact that the XM&M guys But in fact, it was the other way around. It was Secret that took Chalet and BDS that have chosen Bank.
Okay, this looks a little bit more to what I would have expected coming into this one. I do think stylistically, Secret would be a team that is going to favour a map like Chalet. You can use the exterior windows and positions to deny rotations, and it can be a little bit more structured, and it does lean towards an offensive favour. Bank is a much more difficult map to break down. You got to think that BDS will have at least a cohesion, being a 5-man roster for longer than this version of Team Secret, so they will likely be more comfortable dealing with the problem solving that Bank does provide. It can be a difficult one to break down, especially with the elaborate defenses that you can establish from this, but I do think Chalet is my one to watch between these teams. I cannot wait to see them go absolutely nuclear on this one, because I guarantee it's going to be all fireworks for this.
Going to be a lot of fun. The one thing that I think I would be happy with if I am Secret is the fact that you're not going to some of those maps that actually have spots named after Shaiko. You know, you think about it. There's only a 9-map pool, and 2 of those maps have positions named after that French gunner. Bank is still a map that we know that he can run rampant on. You got to shut a player down like that as soon as possible. I think when it comes to firepower, you'd probably argue that you would say that BDS have the up when it comes to firepower, but Secret obviously have a really in-depth strat book that they're going to go to. And let's not forget, they're one of the most effective objective players in all of Siege. Look at how many times Adrian was able to get that case down in stage 1.
Adrian has been fantastic on that role, but Gibby, I'm going to say this. I'll play the heel, as I often do when I'm on the other side of the desk from you, and say this. Listen, on paper, BDS have all the firepower they need to be a top-class team, but those rifles, those guns can fall quiet when the team needs it most. Let's just think about the Manchester Major, and there was a very kind of absent name in those final few maps, and it was Shaiko, and obviously, Shaiko, a better player than I could even dream of being, and so one of the best in the world, but went a little bit quiet, whether that was a factor of fatigue with a long series or just being outplayed by what was an exceptional Beast Coast at the time. You physically saw frustration on this team with Liquefact, obviously very animated on that desk about the frustration, and they lacked firepower in that matchup. If Team Secret can find a way to just win their ones and shut down Shaiko, user Solotov, all of a sudden, BDS will feel that pressure, and yes, they do have Bride, who can save a round from the absolute death, but it's not going to be an easy one if Secret come out of the gates absolutely swinging.
So SDS, shut down Shaiko is the game plan, says Whippet going into this one. Folks, we are going to jump into a quick break. When we come back, Secret versus BDS will be on your screens. Stay tuned, we'll be back in a few.
Turns out we're actually going live.
Okay. I've been done dirty.
Perfect timing.
I've been done dirty. That is esports timing. What was the timing, Gibson? It's time to throw to a break. Gibson throws to break. Let's jump to game.
It wasn't me, Gibson. I'll let you know. Don't even try and do me like that one. But it's time to crack into this one. Team Secret versus BDS here on the opening map of this matchup. It will be Chalet. And I tell you what, I cannot wait to crack into this one. Bans flowing out, and Ying not too surprised in the slightest.
Yeah, the Ying ban, we know how effective and oppressive Ying can be. On the other side, you could expect a Dokkaebi, and that's exactly who the second ban of this matchup will be. So as much as everything changes, so many things stay the same. And look at how quickly Secret have got that third ban locked on. And next gone will be Azami. Another effective ban on this one, but Whippet, pick your poison. Is it going to be if in doubt, ban? Who are we going to go for?
I'm going to go with a Valkyrie ban here. I think it's a little bit more of a safer one. Of course, changes arriving to both Fenrir and Solace. I mean, they're not what they used to be. Still effective in the situations they're designed for. But Valkyrie is that blanket pick defender that just gives you information. And of course, the famous tagline of this game, information is power. And that's exactly what we'll see. We're moving this one. Downstairs we go for our very first defensive choice. And Bride and users both bringing operators capable of denying those walls and hatches in the case of that Kaid. Interesting to see how this one plays out. Tubarao as well invested in by BDS. Very defense biased setup at least, and really trying to focus on a lot of denial on those walls. Shaiko dotting Elysian Mines, and I believe yesterday, Gibby, you were telling me there was even a Goo Mine kill to clutch around.
Yeah, that was in a matchup involving one of the other teams tonight. Into the Breach, of course, managed to clutch around with a Goo Mine kill. which was a 2v5 to kick things off. So let's not underestimate the impact that Legion can have going into this one. But here's the big thing. You spoke about it. Not only do you have the Kaid and the Bandit in play, the Tubarão, who will probably play in and around Pillar to slow down any sort of a push through Wine, to slow down main breach. What they are trying to do is force Team Secret to get stalled out in this initial attack. But when you see a setup like that, sometimes it's better to try to get some impact on other areas of the map first. You know, get into the ground floor, get control of the rest of the map, make it so that that Tubarão cannot play in a position where he can slow down the breach.
Team Secret, lots of puzzles to solve in this matchup. Of course, the addition of that Thatcher makes things a little bit easier. Silhouette-wise, you do not see the Tubarão close to this wall, so Adrian donning that Thermite. Actually, no, Shaiko let the Salt up further. Cut back, can throw those auto counters from a range. EMP goes out, Electric Claw does get denied from that, and Adrian patiently waiting for opportunity. That does leave them exposed to that potential bandit trick of Brede, and a shuffle of utility going around the map so far. Might be able to get this one off, and they have a miscommunication. Perfect time from those nades as well. Team Secret. We thought perhaps a difficult objective to achieve would be establishing that wall. Done with 2 minutes left in the round. An IQ, that's going to be savaged. Savage, perched up on Ivy stairs, ready to claim anyone who wants to go into that rotation. But Shaiko Dawn strikes first, and it'll be Adrian first to fall.
Yeah, but Jim's got himself a flank. It's a DMR win battle, and that'll be the kill from Jim. 4 versus 4. And now the Lion Scan will enable them to clear even more of the map. Shaiko finds himself a double on the round, catching out a second player by main stairs. And that's what makes Shaiko so dangerous. But here's the thing, Whippet, he had some cover there as well. Licky Fack was not too far away.
Don't believe anyone's playing by that snowmobile breach as well. Zoom scouring this side of the map, looking for any more potential BDS roamers. Of course, we have the benefit of the doubt. We know no one's lurking here. Shaiko seems to be down in bar. No, all the way retreated towards site. BDS will let the clock drag out on this round. Secret have utility still to work with. 4 drones remaining available to gather information. See if they can hunt this down. 2 flashbangs in their back pocket as well. A set of nades still available. Savage holds them. So you still have utility to try and clear some space. I think very quickly Virtue saw the head of someone deep inside a wine cellar, not quick enough on that draw with the DMR. Sub 1 minute left to work with, and Secret finding a little bit of pressure now. Need to get Shaiko off the board, that's what Virtue does.
Oh, but he's going to get instantly traded back. Licky Fack was there to play the trade. Case will be gathered, but it is a 2 versus 3 with just under 40 seconds to go. They've got some pressure on main stairs. But where do you go with the case? Does Savage follow his teammate up down main stairs and try to get a plant off? Or does he rotate through blue, which looks like it might just be the objective? Now, Savage Whippet has spent, what, a minute of this game already on blue? He needs to start getting an impact from it.
Patience can be a virtue, and Zoom needs to push down, find success. Pressure arriving from that rotate and in blue. And Solotov does find Savage. Leave it all down to Zoom. The Dutch player I speak so highly of, but shut down by Brede. Pops out of connector to get that freebie. The opening round here on Chalet does go to BDS in a very slow style of defensive play arriving from this team. Committing 3 operators to denying that wall, which didn't work out effectively. But Shaiko with that opening pick bought some time. They all retreated back. And I think the level of doubt sowed into them by that roam from Shaiko slowed them down. Meaning time was their ultimate adversary in that BDS Claymore opening round here on Chalet.
Yeah, and there was no trade game being played there by Team Secret onto Shaiko. He got himself 2 kills, what, 20, 30 seconds apart playing around main stairs, which in essence really slowed down that Secret attack, because you got to give them flowers. They got that breach open very, very early. It gave them a lot to work with, but they didn't really do anything after that. But normally, you'll see some sort of pressure in and around Wine to force those defenders to focus on multiple angles at once, but it was all very horizontal in the end from Team Secret once they got that breach open. So we changed location, we changed locale. It'll be bar this time around for the defensive setup. And Whippet, Mira is available, but it's not going to be elected to play. Solace is going to be brought, who you spoke about had the nerf earlier. But have you noticed what Solace has brought to the fray? He's not going to be taking the SMG this time around.
I'm not too surprised. Again, the shotgun is a massive tool. The kit of Solace does have enable successful play with that. And when you have the SMG-11 in your back pocket, can you really complain? Never argue. Or you never really lose an argument with 12 gauge in your back pocket as well. Liquefact will have that, of course. Able to hunt down drones now in the action phase. Can't do it in the prep phase. So it did lose 3 drones early in this round, so keep your eye on that economy for this round. Clearing out library. No one seems to be committed to it from BDS. The fire counter's already burning away. Likely an early rotation away, but Adrian needs to get that information. Will confirm that position. Now Mezzanine will be the next target for Team Secret.
Yeah, well, once you know that the corner is completely gone vacant, it means you can focus on Mez as you spoke about. Now, if you want to get the Habana pills to open that window, you need pressure on the other library window, and you can see they're getting shot off. Now, an opportunity lost there maybe to get the opening kill of this round as Jim will take a ton of damage, but look at this, a quick one trade back to Savage and Adrian. Savage gets one, Adrian falls, but here's another gunfight whipping it outside. Solace, and Jim gets him.
Listen, it was a creative attempt of an escape from Liquefact. June was quicker on the draw, great reaction down the hatch, through the wall, gets that one confirmed. Into a 3 versus 3 position now for these sides. Think about utilities still have to work with, 2 Lion scans, 2 Twitch drones still operational. Updated recruit in play as well, brought out those flashbangs and a set of grenades to work with. That will be Savage Dawn with that, and the M4 in his pocket, a great tool. The clear players of BDS, lots of time to begin to work this as well. A lot of drones to hunt down information. Nade sent out, caught by the magnet, a near predictable outcome for this. And it has to reevaluate that position, knowing there will be likely more magnets all around that position dawning. The rifle now to try and clear that position. Pop up from Wamai, uses, finds that Savage off the board. Uses, looks for a second one, but couldn't quite find it. MP5K lacks the damage at that distance, now less than a minute to work in this round.
He got the DBNO though, so it is of course a 1 versus 3 now, so we'll see maybe an attempt at a cross to come through. They need to try get that res. He fell down the hatch, buys them a little bit of time to get him back on his feet, but once you get June back up, you'll have 30 seconds to make a very forced approach in towards site with absolutely no vertical control.
I'm going to say this, Gibby, I'm going to say it pretty quickly. I do feel this is going to be a round that will leverage towards the advantage of BDS. Doom on 20 HP. Virtue has to win, and essentially all these gunfights, a single stray round will be enough to claim Doom. 14 seconds, you lose the DMR, you lose Virtue. Shaiko will claim that one, and that shotgun, a single pellet, will be enough. Don't even shoulder peek, it's going to be a dangerous gamble, and Shaiko will get that confirmation. Doom does fall, and BDS find their second. It's going to be a difficult day on the offense for Team Secret, it looks like.
You said SDS, shut down Shaiko, was what the goal would be for Team Secret. He's got 4 kills after 2 rounds. You're not really doing it very effectively to get things underway at the start of this one. But of course, it is just 2 rounds down. You expect the defenders on their map pick to more than likely, or so you expect the defenders, sorry, on a map like Chalet to at least get those opening 2 rounds. This is the swing one. We gotta wait though, but we gotta get Groovy back inside the lobby. But if you're Team Secret, you're doing some things well, others not so much. BDS on the other hand, I like how fluid they're making the map. They're roaming just the right amount to keep Secret on their toes, and they're keeping them, you know, checking their corners, checking behind them, because the flank threat is always real.
One thing I saw, especially on that second round, is that BDS weren't committing to holding the power position of that library corner as aggressively as often other teams do. They conceded it very quickly. You can survive, you know, if you have Wamai, and even if you want to brave a flashback as an Oxo in Challenger League 2022, sticking that position with the overstim of a dock, you can hold it for a very, very long time. They decided to fall back quickly, or did they even commit anyone? Couldn't see those silhouettes in that position. They fall back, and realistically, I think BDS are letting Team Secret be their own worst enemy. They're going through the map trying to clear things, and if BDS get a pick, even better. They limit utility, limit firepower, and that's what they're playing around. Being difficult, they shut down early, and they're playing off of that.
Not even the fact that they give up on it early. There's certain fundamentals that you have to get right. You know, if you're going to open up that wall into Mez, which they enabled themselves to do, you have to have somebody on that other single library window to keep an eye in towards box to make sure that those pellets don't get shut off. We heard those pellets getting shot from that position. That means you cannot take library anymore. It's a simple little change or simple concept that you got to do that can buy you a lot of time. Even you think about the impact the roamers had. You had Solace jumping out the building. Yes, it got killed by Doom, but it took up, what, another 10, 15 seconds off the game, and they got a kill off the back of it. They're getting value for these, decisions that BDS are making.
If I were to be make another prediction about this, and I'm going to stick with my Team Secret victory for this series, of course. I'm brave like that, Gibby. I won't back down in terms of that. I feel like we're going to see a very slow matchup here on Chalet, especially for the first 6 rounds with BDS on that defense. I think that they want to make this a marathon of a matchup of best of 3. Slow down Team Secret. Perhaps they're scared of that potential firepower, knowing that they can be shut down if the guns are a required part of strategy. Now, Secret, unfortunate now that they have to sit through this rehost, but you got to feel that that's going to be an opportunity to relax, breathe, and perhaps even reevaluate what's been going on so far in this match.
Yeah, it's one of those ones, right, where the players can talk. The coach, Twister, isn't able to get involved at all because, of course, it is a tech break, not necessarily a tactical pause, which, of course, if you're new to CG Esports, which I know some viewers are going to be because they just want to keep an eye on what's going on with the Esports World Cup, tech pauses are when we have an in-game issue which needs to be resolved. Players can talk, coaches can't get involved. Tactical pauses, each team gets one that they can use over the course of the game, and they can use that to impact them. We're talking about tactical pauses, but one of the best in the game at it is coaching on the side of Secret. You always like to talk about Twister, who usually does take early timeouts on the side of Secret.
Yeah, you're perfectly right. I mean, there's a lot of variation, ML. You recently spoke to a lot of coaches, I believe, before the Manchester Major about the variety of approaches that teams do take towards how they approach timeouts. Twister stylistically takes them earlier in a matchup and decides, I think, with the idea of correct what's wrong now instead of letting issues perhaps persist. And you tend to see Secret timeouts early in the first half or early after that side swap to amend changes quickly. BDS do tend to lead them a little bit later of this. They do think, I believe they have a trust in the process of the players to solve those issues, and timeouts are called a little bit later. But there's so many interesting kind of nuances to how these teams do it. I'd expect to see one arriving soon from Secret if they lose this third round. Actually, I'll make a prediction to say that.
Oh. I went to my game watching side. I was like, right, back to watching the game.
I was about to lower my desk, Gibby, as well. I was about to go into casting mode. I can go sit down again. No, we'll be ready soon. Trust me. But I think if Secret don't get round number 3, we'll see that timeout called, and that's going to be a massive question mark for me to how the rest of this game goes, because right now, BDS have a little of a stranglehold on Chalet, it feels.
And I actually loved this. One thing I spoke about, I brought it up in the last round, was Lickifak and Shaiko are playing as a 1-2 punch. Like, when you think about how Lickifak played when he initially joined this roster, he came in at the time as the co-IGL, which for a very young player is a very brave thing to do. One thing people said he always had a sense of is where the lurkers would be, where the flankers were, and that gives him an advantage when he's the one that's playing on the roam game too, because he knows where, the attacking teams are most likely to check. The fact that he's playing not too far away off the shoulder of Shaiko, the old-fashioned trade system where they're within 2 to 3 seconds of each other, so if one player gets in a fight, you've got backup instantaneously. Keep an eye on that over the course of this game, because yes, it works for BDS if they can't play the trade. However, if you're Secret and you recognize that you have 2 players on a semi-roam playing bunched together, it means that there will be holes in the defense elsewhere.
I mean, not just that though, Gibby. You talk about, obviously, that's a massive amount of game knowledge coming in. He came in as a co-IGL and on an entry role. I think that is, to me, something that we sort of think he's not so much tip of the spear anymore with how this team plays, but still plays a pretty aggressive role as well as helping coordinate this team. That's a massive amount of cognitive function that he needs to use in that moment to direct his team, formulate a plan, have a vision of the map structure, accept his bubble, and not just listen to comms that affect him. So again, massive props to Lickifak for that as well. You got to feel though, comm switch towards English could have made an effect there. So everything's going to be a little bit more difficult. And I think for the first, year of full season of this team, I do feel that that's going to be a little bit of an asterisk, I'll always say, and a little bit of a relief is going to be that comm switch from French to English for this team.
It definitely will have an impact. Now, I think on the positive side, I know that EFAC was fluent in English, before he joined BDS. I think Brede was at that point as well. Shaiko had enough English to get by at that time. Now, they're obviously going to have improved over the course of comming in English, but it is definitely something to keep an eye on, because if you're an IGL and you're in a stressful situation and English is not your first language, sometimes, people will process it in French in their head and then speak English straight afterwards. So it is pressure. On the other side of things, Team Secret, we spoke about their changes as well. Virtue coming in with tons of experience. Obviously, he's a former world champion on the side of G2. I think Miracle might be a little bit disappointed that he was the player to make way, but when someone like Virtue is on the market, you've got to pick him up. They need a little bit more from him going into this one. But round 3 is now about to begin with it, and kitchen dining, so a conscious effort from Team BDS to avoid top floor.
Yeah, I mean, we also speak about this, Gibby, that, we waffled a lot about this matchup, professionals as we are for this. We've only seen 2 rounds. You can't really judge a best of 3 series off of 2 rounds so far. So, still, long way to go before we see how things play out. Going into it upstairs, the kitchen dining site of choice for BDS moving in this one. And their defense has been very difficult to break down for Secret so far.
It has, and I'm looking at the mirror placements in the setup as well. So, they're going to play in between the 2, what you would call top floor sites, using that mirror to keep an eye over towards Solar, while also keeping the reinforcements on the opposite side towards Library and Office to make the attackers really earn the right to earn verticality on this map. Now, big thing for me is Savage has decided now to go Deimos. That means that he can enable essentially 1v1 mode. And the only operator he knows about so far is Shaiko. And you gotta favor Shaiko in that initial 1 versus 1, but the main thing with it is they don't. He doesn't get completely locked in when he does get that information, trying to find that kill.
The duality of that Deimos scan, of course, is you can often find yourself in a difficult tunnel vision position. Flores drones go out, it will be Groovy on that roof. You'll said about the clear utility for free, so the shield on Piano no longer a strong point. Shaiko can't play behind it with that extra valued comfort. Soltov out by Owl, lurking inside of Solarium, just waiting for someone to perhaps take an early repel in on that frost mat, and perhaps too early to dawn prediction for who might step into it so far, so I'll save chat from that from us just yet. Moving into Blitz will be a massive factor. Zoom donned with the German operator, looking to make a dive straight in through that office door and given the opportunity so far. Savage creeps in, needs to check his angles, finds one. Shaiko has been shut down in this round, caught by the rotation. Users gets the credit for that one. Zoom charges in and lick it back off the board. Grubby gets in the action as well and Users falls. Leaving us on a 4 versus 2, but very quickly on that retreat. Soltov finds one, removing Adrian from this fight. He'll now drop those hatch all the way back to side. Difficult time now to work with from both these teams, but advantage in a 3 versus 2 does sit with Team Secret.
That is more like it. Pace from Team Secret. They establish vertical control. It's a 3v2, but you got to think about the fact Frost is low. Now, big thing that could impact this game would have been the C4s, but as you see with it, they are gone. So Blitz is a problem now for Kaid, for Brede, but the counter. If there was 2 players to back in a clutch situation, Brede and Solotov have a long history in this scenario. Secret, you've got drones, you've got time. Work out where these 2 defenders are and try to isolate them.
If there was any player I would trust in a play like this, it would be Brede. TCSG can often be a cumbersome weapon to use. Not so easy when a blitz dawns down upon you, but you need to find those free shots of damage when the opportunity presents itself, and caught through the wall. Groovy finds that, leaving Soltov in a 1 versus 3, only collecting 1, and Virtue very quickly shuts down any hope of a heroic clutch. Getting the job done, Team Secret find their very first round attacking Chalet.
And that's pretty much where you would want to be after 3 rounds. Now the big thing for Team Secret is, can they get that 3-3 split that's all so common these days? Or can Team BDS bounce back after that round loss and keep things going, stay the course? Basement will be the site, but I'm seeing a couple of changes already off the back of their successful first round. Mira being brought this time instead of bringing Tubarao, and you've got Vigil as well. Now, for all the viewers at home who might not have been paying attention, Beast Coast have basically brought that Vigil back into fashion. That shotgun, 1 shot from basically any range, even onto 3 armors, gets the down. It's almost a more effective Kali when it comes to gunfights. someone like Solotov could be a huge nuisance.
Solotov, simply don't miss. So I have a feeling someone might be claimed by that boss G. And while it's not as embarrassing as it once was, as you mentioned, it was very much popular a pickup from the East Coast when they made that run. But I will say, that addition to this lineup, considering that I think that phantom pressure Secret felt in the opening round on Chalet from Shaiko's roam, compounding that with the presence of a Vigil, might make the time wasting or the stall out from Secret even harder. But I think Solotov perhaps got a little bit greedy with it, and well, he did get one DB. Adrian does fall victim to that, but not sent back to menu. I heard a second boss G shot, so he misses the finish off, and Groovy does get that one confirmed. Took some damage himself, so Solotov, risky gamble, but nearly paid off.
Yeah, doing 80 damage. Zoom gets another kill as the advantage slowly swinging its way towards Team Secret in this round. 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes to work with. Shaiko will be playing on main stairs again, a position where he got a ton of value last time around. You got to clear dangerous Frenchman from that spot. Little bit of information from Deimos now being fed as Shaiko's forced all the way in towards Wine, and as we know a bit, that means the primary side of the site is completely vacant. But is the mirror window still up? I don't see any utility for the attackers to clear it.
I think that window is persisting right now, and Secret just don't have the information that they need to know to be able to dive on this position. Usus now inside a fireplace could be a massive problem. Lobby door wide open, not brave enough for a run out, and I think this is going to be experience showing. Retreats back to site, plays the advantage. Shotgun, SMG-11, you'll want that in your grips. Usus has been marked by Deimos, so he will give away that position for him. The Vendetta out, and he might try and chase him down. Vulnerable from verticality if he lurks beneath that lobby floorboards. I think that might just be a time sink, scaring away that Mute, who will walk in the jammer, making himself a little bit, or making himself immune for the time being from it.
Mirror windows, though, they're a problem for Team Secret because you got to clear them now. They're going to attempt to work with the Thatcher, so that'll be the Ace Charge, the Selma now thrown to create a window for themselves to look back towards as they look to find that all-important next pick. But as you can see, defensive power positions being held on the side of Team BDS. Still, they're trying to create vertical control. Still, they're looking for that next pick, and well, they're just going to full send it and go for the plan. Well, no, come on, there you go. Usus gets one, but Adrian's going to stick it in the midst of all the madness.
Jumni's going to play an important role on this cover. The C4 not deep enough, and Shaika will try and cross as well. 3 bodies swarming, but left with 2 to work. Great cover, and Adrian, you mentioned how good he is at getting that case down. Charges it into danger zone, and Shaika left on 11 HP. Left alone, the drop from Jum gets it done. And just like that, Team Secret bring themselves level, and they've woken up here on Chalet.
So it all kind of comes back to that early opening pick taking down Solotov. I always look at a Vigil pick as a very selfish individual pick on a team. Your utility only assists yourself. Your weapon with the ACOG is only there to enable you to get kills, so Solotov was set up to play for himself inside of that game without any, impact to the team. If Solotov is able to stay alive late into the round, maybe, not even get a pick, but just be a problem for Team Secret, with 2 minutes gone, it means that you've justified that Vigil. But if you go for a spawn peek with it and you die playing an operator like Vigil, you've brought 0 value to the team, you've not helped anybody whatsoever, and it really put BDS on the back foot.
One thing I'll say is that there could have been a 1-for-1 trade. I believe what Groovy tried to do was he got the down on towards Adrian, saw the second player, went to try and get that denial, didn't work out, did pay the ultimate price. But you're right, again, it was an operator pick and a loss without any place utility, didn't have an effect in the round past the, maybe a reinforcement going down or perhaps some drone disruption, a bit of unease sowed in the ranks of Team Secret in that prep phase, but it didn't last long, considering Vigil wasn't around past that initial 15-second mark going into it. So Secret building some momentum here, finding 2 rounds in a row. Can they get themselves a third? BDS moving sites again, not opting for the basement. This time upstairs they go to Bar. See if they can make that one work. Savage is a drone ahead of him, scouring out towards Wine Cellar. Lion Scan will give them an opportunity. Grab some respite of BDS movement, and they have this entire side of the map cleared away. Solarium, dining kitchen belongs now to Secret. See what they can do with it.
Old school droning in your entry this time around. They know there's a cap cannon play as well, so hopefully they'll be keeping an eye on all those door frames to make sure they don't take any unnecessary losses. An operator that I feel takes or gets even more powerful the more time that you can force the attackers to use up, as they don't have the time to look below. So vertical control has now been established as well. They've got full control of the top floor. It's taken about 1 minute and 15 seconds. Oh, but you've still not cleared over towards Library. You've still had no real impact on the player count of BDS.
I'm very curious to see if they have a player instead of Library positioned up, or if this is going to be an adaptation from Secret, realizing that they don't play in that Library corner, knowing it's just going to be Mezzanine and Blue. You can clear Ivy with a utility dump from this window, but they're not committing to it. They're going to juggle management of that case, dropping it on that balcony, handing it off to the next player, not recovered just yet. And now they'll begin the burn away. The fire darts go out, trying to cause some disruption and get control of Ivy. I think they're good, but no caught by that Magna. Adrian does find users on the board, and Shaiko forced to run deep. Lickefak finds that trade. Savage off the board. Lickefak finds the second one as Virtue claimed the life of Solotov, leaving us with only around 55 seconds to work in a 3 versus 3. Verticality just above that, just above the chassis, and domination from Zoom could be a difficult one, but there's the C4. 3 in the round for Lickefak, and BDS have a pulse.
Yeah, this is a big opportunity for BDS to retake the lead in this matchup. 3 HP now as well for Adrian, so if he steps in one goo mine, he's down. There's a quad for EFAC.
Go on.
As he hunts himself an ace in this round. SMG-11 in his hand. Surely his teammates are saying go for it, be aggressive, but EFAC, the IGL, saying no. We play for the win. We hold the line. We hold the fort. Groovy, not really much he can do in this situation at all. Shaiko will get the kill. No ace for EFAC, but he won't care. The lead is restored once more by BDS.
A very, very important round there. Lickefak finding 4 on his own. And Team Secret did look to have themselves in a good position for it. Just gotta feel that they let that one slip a little bit. That 30 of trades going off. Virtue getting himself traded off after he found Solotov, and that was to the hands of Lickefak. Could have unraveled that round. And you never know. Just as a warning, guys, you might get jump scared by us soon. Sorry for that one. Just as a...
Why'd you tell them? Caster jump scare. I love the caster jump scare.
No, Gibson, if it's anyone else, you know, it's fine, but it's us. So look, you're ready for it this time. Hello. I'm not standing up this time. I've decided to take a seat to relax during this pause.
I don't like that. I don't like you sitting at your seat. No.
Why? Why?
No.
I'm sorry.
I like change.
I didn't have time for the 3 seconds it takes for my desk to move, unfortunately, Gibson, for this
Move
one.
it on broadcast. Go on, do it now.
No.
Do it now. Do it.
No. Not yet. Maybe later on, if we need it going into it. But I mean, Secret, they found a little bit of footing going in this matchup. They get 2 rounds consecutively. BDS do fire back, get that traded off, and they do lead coming into what will be the final round of the half, moving into round number 6. I think coming after that first initial break, Team Secret looked to have a little bit more of a spring in their step. They looked to be more aggressive, and I think the tempo of play has been much improved from the opening 2 rounds we saw.
Gotta agree with you on that one. And the question now that I pose is, how important is that 3-3 split? When you look at both of these teams' results yesterday, with 7-3s, 7-4s galore. In fact, all the games yesterday kind of had similar scoreboards that you feel like getting those 3 rounds in attack are so important these days, because it just gives you that little bit of an advantage when you go into your defense, when you go to the side, which should be a little bit more comfortable. But this is it, the final defensive round for BDS. Will it be a 4-2 split for them, or can Secret manage to pull this round back? Whip it top floor for the first time in this game between the 2 teams. And bringing the 2 barrel back into play, Mira will get utilized here as well. Warden with Shaiko is the one that I'm excited about, though. When you think about Shaiko, and you think about how impactful he can be, and you think about the massive amounts of utility that Team Secret have been using, I think that Warden's a pretty good pick.
Yes, However,
But
yes,
the
but
Mira playing. What?
yeah, yes, but Gibby, it's useless. Don't even question it. It's gonna be the greatest mirror play that you've ever seen in your life. Mark my words.
I'm ready. See if he dies early and this Mira has no impact. I'm gonna write it down and remind myself yearly of that. What you just said.
Okay, do it. Alright, alright, fair enough. Gibby, pull it out next time you're playing ranked. It'll help.
No, my rank's unsalvageable at this moment in time. But you look at what Team Secret are doing. They've let them know they think somebody's in and around trophy. When the big thing about the Mira is it prevents the attack. Yep.
Yep.
What an impact the Mira has had.
Revolutionary, Gibson. He is a visionary. He is a revolutionary. It was Mira.
Oh, here we get a first gunfight, and just like that, down goes Solotov. Again, the first pick on the side of our first player on BDS to fall. You can see now it gives them control of the ground floor. Now they can focus on that lobby side, but that's a big problem. Once more, losing your roaming presence for Team BDS so early has a negative impact.
Untraded as well, so Team Secret can realistically play 1-for-1 the entire way as long as they trade it off now. They'll get that numbers advantage, which can be oh so critical in a matchup like this. However, very quickly, you just finds that rebuttal and does get Virtue off the board. You now lose your Sophia, so the Grismot stun's no longer applicable, and the 2 impacts in pocket not going to be a factor. So Virtue, hop on those drones and see what impact you can find. Down below the Deimos with Vendetta in hand. Perhaps looking to try and identify someone. Will hear the Vector above him, but it will only act as a tease, knowing Usus is so close but doesn't have him ID'd, so can't use that forced 1v1.
And you look at the position Shaiko was playing as well with the Warden, means that you got to take him on in a fair gunfight. Shaiko will take on Groovy, he was the first one to take him on in a fight, and will be the first to fall. Jim trades that one back though. Usus will fall now 3 versus 3. You look at the defensive positions, everybody playing in that wall between both of these sites. Still, we're seeing pressure being put on from below, and Savage will just decapitate Shaiko. 3 versus 1, damage being dealt, and Secret get the 3-3 half.
Oh my, Savage, what have you just done? Oh, what a shot. Through the beams, finds the head of Shaiko. And a great round from Team Secret. The opening pick untraded. A difficult one to fight back. BDS did not go quietly. But realistically, Secret in better positions won all their gunfights when presented to them. A very, very simple round of Siege when you break it down. We'll move towards the side swap, and this is where the question marks do arrive. Chalet has tended and trended towards an offense favoring map. Not by great margins, but it's often seen as the more favorable side to be. How does Team Secret deal on their defensive round? Kitchen, dining, first time, or first go at it, and they'll have the castle this time in the hands of Doom. Not something we saw BDS even consider.
Right, now, what I want to point out about this castle that I love, by castling off the window and that single door, what you've essentially done is created a corridor for those defenders to play from piano to bathroom. So if someone from BDS gets on that window rappel, you've got to use 2 sets of utility to be able to see deep towards that piano wall. So you've given yourself a position where you can peek from either side. It makes it a little bit more difficult for the attackers. I love it when teams whip out this castle setup. But if there's one operator that's pretty decent at getting rid of those castles, if Flores can get those drones in there, he can deal with them pretty easily.
Yeah, but the one on the double window, master bedroom, going to be a little bit more difficult to get. They can't quite scale walls.
Capitavs have gone 6.
Yeah, but it's not as... I was trying to make a bit about the car. Yeah, you could just use it gone 6, yeah.
Shh.
Unfun, Gibson. Boring.
Yeah, and anyways, looking at the scoreboard right now, Jim having himself a hell of a game since the restart. 6-2 for the German, as he's been putting up big numbers. And I know that you called him Dutch earlier.
I know.
You too much, but the big thing I like about this is he's a player that was picked up by Delta Project. Yeah, remember them a few years ago, as Fabian thought he could be the next one up. Well, he's certainly started to show what he's capable of this year so far. 6-2. Is he going to add to that scoreboard? Gruby has been targeted by the Deimos. Look, Solotov and Shaiko working in tandem, and Shaiko is going to push up, but that Frostmat whip, it could be impactful as well.
This position on the staircase as well, not an easy one to displace a player, even if you have that information. The initial engagement did go the way of Grubby, finding damage on the Shaiko. He will find one more. That's Solotov off the board. The death mark goes out, this time to Virtue. So perhaps a misallocation of who's on. I think, no, actually, correction. It will go back to Grubby, and they'll know exactly where he is now. They'll have utility try and push him out of that position, but guess what? Caught by a magnet. Zoom is going to find one more of the users, and BDS have run into a roadblock right now. No access on the Ivy stairs, and now a tandem attack from the defense, holding that top and bottom. BDS stalling out early. Minute left to work with, still recoverable. One player down, however.
And now another target has gone out. Castle, the person who'll be identified this time, but not a lot of information really can be gathered off the back of that one when you see how far away is. Virtue will find the kill onto Shaiko, making it a 4v2. 40 seconds left to go. You can see that EFAC has got himself sneakily in towards Saipo Whip, but no case in the back pocket, but it doesn't matter. He'll find Savage this time around, and he deals with the BP. But he needs to get Brede close by. There is a window to get this case down if he can push his way in with it. And I think that's exactly what BDS are going to try do now. They're going to try force the plant.
Are we about to see yet another Brede classic? Lickifak and Brede, perfect combination for this. Bulletproof camera will be removed from the fray, and well, the cover needs to be exquisite from Lickifak. Many people call him one of the best players in the world, and he doesn't need to use his rifle. The case goes down, but Brede shut down rapidly. Looks for a second one against the DBNO. All down the Grubby now. Stuck in the barbed wire, and that recent change means that will take away at all critical HP. Zoom is recoverable, and they will find this revive. Numbers game back in favor, but not for long. 3-piece now for Lickifak, and he just needs to play the time. Every second will feel like an agonizing eternity, and Grubby needs to win his one. Revolver in hand, and he does it!
Three seconds,
and he has enough time, surely. Yes, he does. Just about. Finest of margins, but Secret should get this round, and they do. 1.39 seconds to spare.
That was close. Lickifak making what should have been an impossible round, almost possible, but big plays from Grubby to get that round for Team Secret. That was a 2v4 weapon at one point when they went for the execute. But BDS, we know how good they are in clutch scenarios, but Team Secret held their nerve. And what I loved about that was how aggressive Grubby got. You know where the player is. The barbed wire fed that information to you. Go chase the kill, because you know for a fact Lickifak is not peeking unless he needs to. Team Secret take the lead. Everyone's going, you know, you might remember that round as an almost, but at the end of the day, all that matters is the scoreboard at the top. 4-3 as we enter round 8. Team Secret with the lead now here on Chalet.
Massive benefit from them the very first time in this series. They have led, and they keep this one rolling. Again, ever since that initial 2 rounds and then the rehost that we did have, Team Secret have looked rejuvenated. It looks like they finally found that tempo that they want to play with. Of course, this was the map pick from Team Secret, so you'd imagine the level of comfort on this map will be higher. We have seen BDS, though, play some exceptional games on this map. You don't get to the caliber of team of BDS without having a map pool that consists of a map like Chalet. They'll know the mute jammer is what they have to deal with. Simple EMP should be enough to suffice. Of course, no addition of the 2 Barrow, so that wall is basically free, with Thatcher in the ranks of the offensive side of BDS. Virtue on the Maestro, and no counterplay with a Brava, so those Evil Eyes might have a larger factor in this round than we have tended to see in recent history.
Yeah, and you look at the utility game as well that they have to be able to deal with them. You know, you don't really have a lot there. No, no gone 6s in the back pocket. You've got some nades that you can utilize and impact EMPs, but as you said, let's not underestimate the impact they'll have. Now for BDS, they've got the main breach open. They've already rotated now to go get the other breach by Trench open as well, while Shaiko will keep 2 players interested over by the library side as well. You can see that Solotov's on the window as well, and Solotov will find Groovy. Down he falls, as Doom is still not too far away with it. He's tucked very close to the box at the top of library stairs. Solotov needs to get some drone work done. You can't jump in there unless you're 100% certain it's clear.
Great pinch, though, from the side of BDS. You're able to find that, and it does appear that Virtue stuck in the Bs. The moment he'll escape from them, he is going to be actively marked by them, so you do have an eye on that Maestro. Adrian got caught by the death point for a moment, but able to dodge it, and the ACS-12, the drum of war, rings off, but only shut down quickly by the hands of Usus. 3 versus 5 now in favor of BDS, and they know that hatch is open, so that will be a threat, but Likafak is there to deal with it, leaving Secret on a skeleton crew of only 2. It's down to Adrian and Savage to find something. You tell you what, if you got Savage on your team, you can never count this side out. Absolute master of a clutch. Can he find success here? This case should go down. Brady will have a field day with this, and BDS look poised to have a miracle round. Adrian gets that one shut down, and the clutch seems to be a far gone formality as Shaiko shuts it down. BDS getting their first round of the offense.
And that was, once they kind of dealt with the Maestro when they got those kills from the Vert, that was pretty much round 1 on the side of BDS, because there was nothing Secret could do to stop that case going down with the positions that they were holding. So Team BDS level the scores once more. It is 4-4. It's round 9. Team Secret looking to establish the lead once more. This time the site, though, will be Bar Games. They've elected to change site as they lost the previous round. Once more, no Mira being brought into play. Frost will be brought instead, and we know that Frost can have a huge impact on a site like this, particularly again with it in the late game when teams go for late executes and they kind of forget about looking down, more focused on trying to find kills. But is there anything else in this defensive line out that's kind of standing out for you, or is it pretty much par for the course?
There's nothing I would say screaming out to me in this. This is going to be a very solid lineup. I mean, there's not really a weak point on this, maybe in terms of raw damage, but a TCSG fills that role, at least if someone gets scary towards sight. So, I mean, no real comments from me, realistically.
What, you have no comments? For what? So you spoke for 40 seconds to say you have no comments?
Listen, Gibson. I'm a professional waffler. I can do anything. I can make any sentence as long as you need it to be.
You're trying to reclaim the word yap to a positive, and that's what you're doing right now.
I am. Listen, I'm a certified yapper. I'll say it.
Uh-oh, you missed. Come on.
Come on, you got it. Come on. Oh,
he's struggling because it's not a hit.
Oh, no. Oh,
this is a professional Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege player.
Come on. Yep. Okay. Yeah, we'll call away. No shame for that one.
He didn't want it. He didn't want blue. He didn't want the blue cam.
He didn't want the cam enough. That's why he didn't get it. Flores Jones got by Likafak. Utility clear begins. We see this time and time again. Solotov finds the opening pick. It will be Adrian who is first to fall this time out. Do lose that Legion. Goo mines generated over time, so some late game utility lost in the hands of that. The T5 SMG. Certainly a valid tool to have towards that team. A numbers game advantage for BDS early here on round number 9.
And even more importantly is the fact that goes goo mines. You know, you get more as the round goes on. No longer going to be an impact. Legion and Operator, that it's important you stay alive as long as possible. Savage will find one back, bringing us to a 4v4 once more, as the P90 will find the head of Likafak, who kind of has been the final boss of BDS in this matchup so far. Here's the fun part. Team BDS know who the final 4 defenders are, and with that, Deimos is able to pick and choose which one he's going to track. Brede pushes himself in as well, but remember, they're pushing for Bar Games. They're only now starting to establish vertical control with 1 minute and 14 seconds left. Even though they got the opening pick, I'd say they're still behind the sticks.
Big thing I like right now from BDS is they have control of dining. That means, obviously, this control is not held by Secret. That's going to be a massive pressure point now. Corner of lobby is held. Doom takes lots of damage. Uses so quick on that reaction as Grubby ascends from basement staircase. And now you feel that BDS can just coast a little bit here. Deathmark goes out, Solace is detected, lurking behind bar, not going to be safe behind those floorboards either. We'll send it down, Shaiko gets that one, a quick spray, the 6-shooter, and it will be one more pick. Solace still revealed as well, and BDS just moments away from clutching out around a single one-tap there from Shaiko as well, sends Virtue to the ether. Oh, it's going to be a dirty one. Yeah, well, first one got him, the other two were insurance.
Yeah, you click it as many times as you can. There's 0 recoil, so why not?
I've seen you control it, Gibby. I don't know if you could say it's 0 recoil.
I'm not a professional Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege player, though.
Yeah, I've got to get
There's a difference.
I've got to get my digging at your rank performance somehow, Mr. Gibson.
but let's look back at the operator that Shaiko's been taking. He's pretty much taken Deimos in most of these attacking rounds so far. Shaiko was one player who you would not want to face in a fair 1 versus 1. With Deimos and with the weapon that he has, it's not a fair 1 versus 1 against a player like Shaiko. So I feel like it's a great operator for enabling him to have the impact on the game that we know a player like he can have. Now 6 and 4, it might not look pretty right now, but remember, there was the first 2 rounds of the game where he did have a huge impact. So we're missing a few kills there. Well, this is a vital round for Team Secret, right? If you lose this round, you've given TBS 2 match points, and all they need to do is win one of those attacks, and they'll take a map advantage here on Chalet. For Team Secret, they need to force all 12 rounds here.
Not a favourable position to be in, but again, Secret have now twice on this map come from behind to get themselves in a good position. Defensively, they've looked fairly sound the last 2 rounds. Weren't complete washouts by BDS, but it just feels that the firepower on the offensive side of BDS and the way they've read the map and rotations from Team Secret players has caused a little bit of pressure. Once again, Shaiko will don that Deimos. Deathmark in back pocket will be a very vital tool to get that information. We saw how effective it was previously. It will be dining and kitchen, the site of choice for Secret. This Twitch drone in the hands of Liquefact will gather a metric load of information and will clear utility as it goes as well. Cameras, he'll spot the beeper and the prox alarm. He'll know exactly what he's up against as he goes towards Solarium.
Yeah, great bit of information gathered and a lot of defensive utility cleared off the back of that Twitch drone, which is exactly what BDS require here. So you look at the positioning of the rest of the players, they will now start to put some pressure on the Solarium side. Never mind. Let's go straight up to the roof. Why not? Prove Gibson completely wrong with what he said. I love it when players do that, but they're starting to get the walls open, right? So they're opening up towards office, then they'll be able to open up the wall below, which shouts that it's going to be more of a standard take here from BDS.
For BDS, though, I think a wise choice is to realistically go through the motions here. This is not going to be a moment you want to make a drastic risk to the strat that you're going to call. Nothing from Secret tends or has been at least too difficult to make adaptations to mid-round in terms of kind of oddity or kind of rarity of that play. They will mark that castle in Master Bedroom, try to hunt him down. One of the few players of Team Secret still kind of projecting control on that top floor. A little bit of caution with Shaiko, aware the threat of a flank might arrive. Begin to creep up towards that position. Deathmark has expired. He'll drop prone behind the piano and go unnoticed by the castle. And pops up, not quick enough on the draw. And a critical fight for Doom. But Shaiko comes out on top for that one. The opening pick goes for BDS.
Horrible stuff from Shaiko there to go prone behind the piano. And he manages to pick up the kill as well. 5v4 opening pick, as you said, to BDS. So now they've got the advantage. A real chance to add another one, but Shaiko's going to get felled by Groovy, who finds that one back. Liquefact will get traded by Virtue below, but Breede just vaults in the breach and he gets his one. Solotov will find another onto Savage. And just like that, BDS move on to map point.
On that kill cam there, you see that Solotov made that quick reaction to deny anyone from Snowmobile Stairs arriving into lobby. A quick snap back on the Groovy, shuts him down, gets BDS one more round, and all importantly here on Chalet, the map choice of Team Secret, they've got themselves onto map point. This is where the pressure arrives for Team Secret. They opted to go to this map, and while best of threes are marathons and not sprints, it always helps if you get out the blocks running, and it's been a difficult one from them so far, not stringing together many rounds in a row. So I'm very curious now, with all the extra pressure, They can get it done here. They don't want to go to bank one map down in the series.
Definitely don't. So it's pretty important now that Team Secret manage to just take this one round at a time. Win your basement and then bring it to that final round in regulation to try force overtime. I feel like with the way BDS are playing, with the expansive attacks and utilizing almost every square inch of the map and enabling Shaiko, Bank is a map he could have a lot of fun going on to. Don't be surprised with it if we see a Deimos ban going into Bank with how much Shaiko's been using that operator to enable himself. Oh,
Yeah,
a little bit of... Oh, go ahead.
I mean, it's not even uncommon to see it in these series is that Deimos is going to be a ban. I mean, in Stage 1 that we did see in LATAM, Deimos very much towards the end of that regular season found the ban rate quite increasing. Just the difficulty of shutting that down, and the Vendetta's power as a vertical weapon as well can be difficult to deal with. Shaiko has been a massive menace with it.
Waiting for that first engagement to kick off. A lot of noise being made in the main lobby, which will keep Groovy honest, as he can't just focus solely on library now. He's got to keep an eye on that main lobby side as well. Fenrir's going to get targeted by Shaiko, and there's that 1 versus 1 mode initialized again. He's throwing nades to try force him to move, but Solotov will get the kill. Savage will trade that one back though. 4v4. Breach is now about to get open, but what you think about the operators? Fenrir falling, and on the other side of things, losing that ram. I think that a BDS won't be too annoyed off the back of that.
No, Secret, of course, don't have the ability to swap what active Fenrir gadgets are there, and wow, look inside of Blue. That's gonna be a pickup, because that's so easy. How has he managed to get here so early? Lick it back finding too. And well, just like that, it's all down to Virtue. What can the Australian find here? Nothing, as Shaiko swings out wide. And the very first map chalet of this best of 3 goes in favor of BDS.
Licky Fack is so good, man. He was the final boss in that game. How did he get into Blue? Like, did he just sprint in through trench door into Blue and pick up a pile of kills? It's something that he is so good at. It's what we spoke about before this game started. We said that we think Secret tactically have what it takes to take on BDS, but I think when it comes to sheer firepower, BDS would have the upper hand. And that's essentially what we saw in those attacks. BDS forcing Secret into unwinnable positions using the barrel of their guns. Great first map from them. They now comfortably know that they're going to bank, knowing if they win their map pick, they are going to Riyadh.
It's a tough one for Team Secret going this one, and I mean, obviously, it's much easier said from our position than done. If you shut down players like Shaiko, you might have more success. We saw how dangerous he was on that Deimos. But all of a sudden, when you realise that you've got Solotov, Users, Likifak, and Brede all behind that front line, you might be able to shut down one. You have 4 other players capable of doing it, and Team Secret did show that they can be a difficult team to break down. They had that great little run going level on the half, winning that first defensive round, but I think BDS on the attack just had their number, and I think the way they manipulated that map and read the rotations of Secret shows that A, they've done their homework, and B, I think they were just a little bit quicker the blocks of this series, so they'll now lead this best of 3 moving into Bank, and that does offer a different variety of challenges, and it was the BDS map pick as well they now go to.
Yeah, so BDS will be feeling pretty good going into that one. I wonder if Deimos will be left on the board. It won't be long till we find out. We're going to jump into a quick break. When we come back, it's Bank, it's BDS versus Secret with Riyadh on the line.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in. The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice. So we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Welcome back to the qualifiers for Esports World Cup here on the EWC Qualifiers channel. Gibson joined by Whippet, and we're about to witness Map 2 between Team Secret versus BDS. And BDS, Whippet, very importantly, managed to start things off by what you would say breaking the serve and winning their opponent's map in Map 1.
They were able to get out of the gate swinging, as you mentioned, taking the very first map of the series, which happened to be the pick of Team Secret. Now, this does play difficult for my predictions, Gibson, now, because I did predict Team Secret. Now, that was just to be contrary against you, who I knew would go for BDS, just because that's how things work over here with us. But Team Secret and BDS, closely matched up in the first half. They went level, 3 rounds apiece after 6 rounds, and then BDS began to run away with it on the offensive side of Chalet. Now, that map tends to favour for that side. I think BDS were a little bit more adaptive, a little bit more flexible on their attacks, and that's what was their key to success. Now on Bank, a very different map going into it. I do think that there's a good chance that we will see Team Secret for the initial half of this map struggle to find that flow. BDS on Bank can be a difficult beast to tame. I'm going to be expecting that we need to see Team Secret making massive adaptations round by round against this BDS side.
Big thing for BDS going into this one is they're winning a lot of their individual gunfights, and on a map like Bank, with lots of open spaces to work with, if they can win that information game and they can isolate those defenders, there's not very many places that they can hide, which will give BDS the advantage. The big thing for Team Secret is they can't get into their heads too much here. If you lose, all's not lost. You can still go ahead and play tomorrow and still have a chance to qualify for the Esports World Cup. But you want to do it as soon as possible. You've got to break the serve. You've got to win on BDS's map pick of Bank. Now remember, we did speak to Twister. He said he feels like they have the map pool to match BDS, and he feels that it's not going to be the map that determines the winner. Well, one thing's for sure, Lickyfac and Shaiko were the ones determining who the winner would be in Game 1.
I mean, I think you put it perfectly, Gibson. You said that Lickyfac was the final boss of Chalet, and I think that was a perfect storyline going into it. He went raid boss mode. You could not deal with him. A massive 4K on the defense as well, basically winning a round on his shoulders. Very difficult to shut down when a player's in form. Shaika was fantastic as well. I mean, there was also a 2v4 that we saw Bride and Lickyfac get down to a post-plant 1v1. Now, Groovy did win that out for Team Secret, but by only the narrowest of margins. It was 1.39 seconds remaining in that run. So, Lickyfac will want to continue that form going into the map, next map, which will be Bank. And I said it might be a case of shut down Shaiko for Team Secret. It might be time to decide, aim for a little bit of a new target. Maybe Lickyfac is the guy that they need to try and quiet down a little bit as it's time to dive in the swarm. Map number 2, Team Secret versus BDS at a place at the Esports World Cup on the line.
And let's not be surprised if Team Secret, with their first ban, do get rid of that Deimos. We'll find out pretty soon off the back of that one, and it's going to be the Hibana. Now, you think about defending basement, the hatches are vitally important. I think a Hibana ban ain't bad because it forces them into taking an operator with can openers or taking the thermite. Ying being banned, no surprise at all. But straight away, Whippet, BDS will be able to unleash Deimos on the attack from the very first round.
I think from Team Secret, they understand the threat of that Deimos, especially the fact that it has been Shaiko donning this operator for the entirety of what we saw on Chalet. I think Secret want to stick to their game plan. They don't want to rely on counter-shotting BDS at this moment. I think they trust the process, they trust the ideas they have on Bank, and I like these bans. Hibana, Kaid, they're not out of the water, they're not bleeding edge strategy. It's pretty predictable that you'll see these operators not make it through that ban phase, but Hibana ban makes things more difficult for the offensive side of BDS, having to commit to an ace thermite combination or can openers in the back pocket. So a little bit more of a utility juggle for BDS, but it's such a common thing to deal with. They're not going to have any struggle for it.
It will not, and if you were keeping a careful eye, of course, the new team skins being used there as well. Very similar color palettes from both of these sides with their player cards, but I'll tell you one thing that ain't looking pretty similar right now, and that is the stat lines of the players from map 1. Jim, of course, was the standout for Team Secret on Chalet. Can Jim Put up numbers similar here on Bank, but get that little bit of help from players who we know can have an impact, like Groovy, like Adrian. We're going to find out pretty soon. Deimos, of course, is going to get utilized by Shaiko with it. You look at the lineup they have. Thermite being the main hard breacher, depending on whether or not Capital has brought those secondary gadgets.
So Gibson, you mentioned about the brand new R6 scare skins for all these teams. Pick your favourite.
Scare skins?
Share skins. Yeah, okay, it's been 2 months since they let us on the microphones. I'm warming up again. Well, who's your favourite? Pick
I
it.
like the
Pick
SSG one.
Right now, pick your favourite. Go.
I like the SSG one.
You can only buy one. SSG, you locking it in?
Lock it in.
You know what? Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
Yeah, you love sporting American teams. You love NA.
Ah,
Anyway,
listen. You cannot pin me with that. I will say, I will support one North American team. It will be SSG. That's all.
he has spoken. So, interesting thing for all of the viewers at home with the new, the new HUD. You can see which players are under the effects of which attacker or defensive bit of utility. I know you could kind of see it on the old HUD, but it's a little bit more obvious this time. But Shaiko's enabled 1 versus 1 mode straight off the bat, trying to pinch the player that's playing inside of Break Room. Well, but you've got EFAC inside lobby as well. They've got themselves in the building, but there's still a roaming presence on this ground floor.
Threat always lurking. Flashbangs or smokes out, I should say. That threat in the first 4 is going to be there. Team Secret have that posed up. Zami is going to get targeted by Deimos, hunted down by that death mark. Shaiko yet again on that Deimos. That information being relayed, Saltov will get that opening pick. Adrian is first to fall, and that DMR pinpoint precision just missing the head of that mute. He will drop the open hatch, a repick, a small office. However, a massive pick up there. Savage finds it and dances around the grenade. Stays in the fight. Saltov off the board. Second nade goes out, but it won't be able to clear this player. He's not got a lot of room to move for it, and the cover from Bar isn't good enough. Shut down. Savage finds a second one in this round, slowing down the pressure from BDS, but Bride is there, and he finds it. Leaving us in a 3 versus 1. All down the Virtue.
Team Secret bet the house on being able to get Groovy back to support Savage inside of small office, but they were not able to cash that check, and well, BDS take the opening round on attack here on Bank, and it was a nice idea from Team Secret, but Groovy fell at the first hurdle. So, round 2 will be open area, and you think about the lineup they're going to take. It's really important to keep control of the verticality aspect. I think that the Mira ban whip, it's a pretty good one because we've seen teams in the past playing inside of Janitor above, keeping that mirror window, looking towards the double windows, making it really hard for the attackers to push their way across the map, vertically before they go horizontally. So I like that BDS have banned that one out.
When you speak about the bans that we're seeing from both these sides, these are pretty default bans. As much as we'll talk about the impact they will have, no mirror on that basement's going to be a massive factor, but teams are so comfortable without it at this point, it's not going to be a massive effect how either of these teams would like to approach it. Of course, comfort pick for many teams liking to have that extra fortification, not going to be available. Same with that Ying. Many teams have liked to use those Candelas as their catalyst for an aggressive push, trying to take it, and attempted spawn peek here from Team Secret. Will be Savage trying for it. And that red silhouette just down below doesn't take the bait. The fishing trip has been called off, and he retreats back towards side.
Yeah, that was no kill to be found there for the Portuguese man who's playing games against the French. He might have some hard feelings after yesterday, for those of you who are interested in the Euros as well.
Oh, Gibson, don't get me started about the Euros. Don't you dare.
We'll not. Like, we know you're the least athletic person in the CG sports team, but it's okay. It's okay.
Okay, Gibson, I'd like to see you beat my score on a golf course.
Fine, fair, you win. But anyway, moving on. Zero being brought via the attacking side. Those cameras will get a ton of information. You can see them lining up that banana door with... Oh, this is going to be very fast as they look to push their way in. There's the vault and there's the rappel. There's 3 silhouettes in the distance. The first one's going to be found by Solotov. Shaiko gets another one with Deimos. It's all falling apart here. Huge entry from Team BDS. And there's the DBNO now as well. Nade will confirm out the kill, but that was a picture-perfect 3-2-1 there from BDS.
That was a well-rehearsed moment from them. I'm just looking at this from BDS, and they seem to have a complete control of the tempo and flow of Bank in these early stages.
Strong.
Very curious. Oh, give it.
He was Mistron, but then he gets targeted by the Deimos. That is so unfortunate for Doom.
Not an easy one for him. Doom does get picked up by Usus in that moment, and leaving us now in a 5 versus 1. All down the Virtue. Don't imagine we'll be riding home about this round too soon. Minute 10, Deathmark arrives. He'll get the down on towards that Daemon. Buys himself some time. Information's being relayed at this moment, so it is just a matter of time until he is eventually found by the members of BDS, you'd like to imagine. And perhaps optimistic, the clutch could have been on the cards, but they in fact shut him down. A flawless round for BDS to get themselves a second here on Bank. They look to be in complete control yet again.
But it was the 3-2-1, right? You had the lineup that you could use the Gone 6 on to the banana door. That would create an audio distraction to allow for the rappel in through the window. It meant that the gunfight would have caught the defenders by surprise. He got his one, but even though, Whippet, you had one player on the double door towards the elevator, you had one player on the double door by long desk, and the trade just wasn't there. There was no swing, there was no counter to the initial push, and it allowed BDS and Solotov to get both of those kills. It's just a little bit of off timing that you could argue took that round away from Secret, because if they were able to trade that one back, Whippet, well, it could have been a very different round.
If buts and maybes, Gibby. That's all it is, really. Difficult one. Team Secret now. We mentioned in the first map of this that we tend to see earlier timeouts from Secret. Their coach Twister tends to have that that rhythm to it. Right now, I think this round is going to be the decider whether they need to make adjustments to what they're doing here on the defensive bank, or if they can try and amend it without using that very valuable resource going into it. Monty in play, difficult to deal with, and Brede is an expert on this shield. Just feel Secret need this round, otherwise momentum might begin to run away.
Looking at the way they're setting up, so Twitch is going, Solotov's going to try to take Garage a little bit early, and now with that DMR, it does give him the, the benefit of the ACOG and that really hard-hitting power in these long-range gunfights as he tries to win his one. Player playing by the back security van spots out the head, but knowing now that that defender's not really got anywhere to go, there's nowhere that you can move on the other side of Big Garage. While all this is going on, you spoke about it, a slow creep and crawl up dirt is being pulled off. There's some damage dealt onto the Echo, but is Echo going to get away from this one, Whippet?
That's not some damage, Gibson. Left at 36 HP. And this is the danger of dueling with a DMR in a position like this. One misplay, one overextension, and majority of your HP is gone. Virtue doesn't escape, doesn't scamper away, has to call for reinforcements. The shoulder is spotted, and now you gotta rely on Solotov missing the shots in a target-rich environment. And doesn't get that confirmation of the Virtue just yet, and every vital second they can waste and keep their Echo alive is massive, as that's one DMR. That's Solotov away from the main push from his team, but the drone is good, and the shot's even better. Finds the head of Virtue, and Garage begins to fall away. A critical retake from Adrian, but shut down by Solotov, and the duel of a DMR. A difficult one to take. Minute 20. BDS 5 versus 3 advantage.
Another failed trade from Team Secret as well, as Solotov beautifully wrestles control of Garage away. That means that you now hold the cutoff between both of these sites as you look down the corridor. If they can, if there was head holes in Garage, I didn't quite see if there was or not. It means you have full control of Red now as well, which will make this plant even easier for Brede if he's able to force his way in through from server side. Shaiko will now enable that 1 versus 1 again. Finds where the Tubarao is playing and will be able to feed that information to the rest of the team.
Deathmark goes out. Savage marked for death and will find himself slain. Third body in the hands of Solotov, and Savage, so critical for this team, now not available. Brede on that Monty is going to apply so much pressure, and Solotov has been a demon with that DMR. C4 smoke cancer goes out, and it might deny them for now, but Solotov finding 4, uses connects to get Doom, and what a round from Solotov, finding 4, picking them off one by one. BDS in complete control here on Bank.
The amount of 3Ks and 4Ks we're seeing from different players in BDS over this matchup already is insane. Solotov with the 4K there now. We've seen EFAC getting 2 4Ks in the previous matchup. Shaiko's gotten 3Ks off the map as well. They are completely dominating Team Secret on the kill feed. Just 2 kills through 3 rounds, both of them found by Savage, will show you how dominant BDS have been in this matchup. Now the big one is we speak about how Team Secret like to use early tactical timeouts. They've used this one early. What do you even say if you are Twister right now? Your team's getting dominated on Bank.
This is a moment where you got to try and slow the pace of this matchup down. BDS have been ramping up the pressure round after round after round. They've been able to find success basically with the end of their rifle, and that for a team is a massive scare and shock to the system. You need to be able to now bring a more utility-focused mindset and make the map do a lot more work for you. They'll move into open area and office, a difficult site to deny, and I really want to see Secret maybe playing around survivability more than denying and hunting down BDS, or more than stopping their entryways. If you can keep 4 to 5 players alive in that final 30 seconds, it will be a mad scramble to the finish, and BDS might find difficulty in that moment. But just need to be alive. First you must finish, and right now for Secret they need to keep players alive, and that's going to be priority number 1, I would imagine.
And playing for the trades, like, if you're going to play for the trade, make the trade. 2 times BDS have managed to get 2 players without suffering a single casualty. So Team Secret, this round is so important for your chances to qualify for Esports World Cup on today, Saturday. So you look at that attacker lineup. Monty is being brought once more by Brede, and you know, you think about the fact that Brede is one of the most clutch players in the world. He's also, I know that when he communicated in French, he was one of the best communicators in the world in Siege. I wonder if he's as effective in English as we spoke about a little bit earlier. Whip it.
I mean, Brede was fantastic as a clutch player during Manchester, during Stage 1 as well.
Levels.
Yeah, I mean, a skill set like that's never going to fade no matter what language or the millisecond of extra delay the calm of English might provide. Back on that Monty yet again. Again, the shields are very difficult to deal with right now. Monty can be a massively oppressive tool for the offense to use. Gain space for free, and is a viable threat if you get too close now. Grizmots go out with the burn potential catching, and they will get that barrier cleared. So BDS moving through the steps so far. We saw a 3-2-1 execution on this top floor. They might be able to do that again to get massive amounts of control. Look at this, bro. Brede walking up his inside of Trump now and gets so much control and visibility from this. If you're this lone castle, you are only going to be, well, buying time, and Grubby doesn't last too long. Claimed by Liquefac, and we find ourselves with minute 40 left to go, and Users compounds that issue, finding 2! Just like that, BDS in a 5 versus 2. And while Users will absolutely be critical for this round for his team. Now we find it all pressure now on the shoulders of Doom and Savage.
It is all going wrong for Secret. Now more information to be fed. Doom will get himself off the mark in this matchup, but it's still a 2 versus 4. There's Liquefac getting his double on the round. That's 2 kills apiece for Usus and EFAC as the case will begin to go down. A drop will happen on the prone, and Savage gets his one, but Usus is there for the trade, and Team BDS are 4-0 up. They are cruising on Bank, and they are now just 3 rounds away from that ticket to the Esports World Cup.
3 rounds away from being handed that invitation, and it's going to be a very critical now stage for Team Secret. They've used their tactical timeout to try and amend some issues, but I just feel that BDS have a lot of firepower, and I think they've got a very good system to control Bank. Look at the way they're moving through the map. Their objective is control of areas, not playing or not pushing out players. They want key areas, they have to clear a player. That's a secondary task for them, and they've done a great job of it so far. Secret need to find something, and I mean, it's been a quiet day in terms of kills for all the players on Bank so far from Secret. They need to turn that around, because part of the game, it is an FPS. You need to be able to shoot back to win. Still not over yet. Long way to go. Still the first half here on Bank. If Secret get the next 2 rounds, it's only a 4-2 split.
Right, so Whippet, I've not opened my eyes this round yet. I'm going to use a bit of mysticism. Is Shaiko playing Deimos?
Yes,
Voices
he
have
is.
told me he's playing Deimos. They're right.
What a tremendous prediction, Gibson Casts. I'm very proud of you for that one.
Sometimes the voices speak to me and they tell me.
I
things
will.
like this.
I'll give you a gold star for that one. Well done.
You know, I like a little bit of aggression here this time from Secret. If things aren't quite going your way, maybe
Freebie.
try to force the issue. Go on, run out. You,
Come on,
Oryx dash.
please. You heard
Dash.
it. Savage, go on, please. He's on the drone. Go, get him.
Come on, do
get him.
it.
Get him. Oh, come on. Oh, boo.
This is like whenever I want my dog to play fetch. Go get it. Nope. Look at me like you go get it. Come on, Savage!
Savage, play. I mean, this game right now, Savage does not want to make an unnecessary risk. But I don't think anyone's covering from the top of the ramp. I think Ursus is completely alone at this moment. Likely, oh, here it goes. He's gonna get him. There's a free. No, please, yes. Oh, Savage giving me a heart attack in that moment. But Ursus is first to fall in this round, waving goodbye to the ace. Unsure if those Selmas were used, but whatever is in that back pocket, no longer available. And more importantly, for Team Secret, they get the opening pick, and it's not traded away from BDS.
He made us wait so long for that. I'm actually just... And he nearly missed. Anyways, maybe that's the key. Maybe that's the way that they begin to secure their key that they would get if they manage to attend Esports World Cup. So... Jack goes on the drone, he sets himself up a prep drone, he can also use his target. Solotov will find a kill though to trade it back. Adrian now dropping as he goes 0 and 5 up at Groovy 0 and 4. Adrian 0 and 5. Virtue 0 and 4. And Jum 1 and 4. This is not the type of numbers that you need in any game, never mind a knockout matchup.
BDS just applying so much pressure to this team. No fight is realistically a one-dimensional affair. You've got a great setup of crossfires from BDS and a great use of utility. This Monty looks away, and oh, just like that, BDS have let a slip-up happen. A rare mistake from Brede might open the door. Virtue gets off the board as well. Solotov's been slain. Well, Lickifak just walked in the site yet again. How has this man found a way in yet again? Repelled from that window. But trapped and got limited options. Shaiko with 14 HP. Make that 0. Savage finding 2. And Grubby getting off the board as well. Lickifak falls. And Team Secret get their opening round.
Is everybody on Secret now off the board?
I think so. I think
Let's
they've all got off the board. Let's go.
Little wins. You got to take those little wins. But
I hope so. I hope we're right. Otherwise, I would question our numeric ability.
yeah, it is important though that Secret get this next round because you feel like at 5-1, there's virtually no chance for Team Secret. Even at 4-2, it's a bit of a stretch to go ahead and win BDS's map when they're putting on a clinic the way that they've been doing so far. But the thing that impressed me most in that last round was the fact that they decided to bring the fight to BDS instead. They weren't as passive as they had been playing. They were the ones to make the first move, and they were able to get kills. Now, I am seeing a Clash, and you know, Clash ain't quite the meme operator that Clash used to be. Can be very impactful when used correctly. But is Groovy the right player on the team to play that operator? Somebody who we know can be so frag heavy and so important when it comes to these engagements. Very curious into how Groovy will take on that role.
When I look at this, I look at the lineup of players that Team Secret presents, I'm unsure if there's anyone that's realistically the best fit to have on a Clash of the defensive round. And obviously, there's a reason why Grubby's on it. It's not likely to be a spur-of-the-moment decision. It's going to be an awkward one for this team. A very critical round as well. If they win this, it's a 4-2 split. You can mitigate damage from that position. They need to really stop the bleeding. This round is so critical to that. Basement defense. You'd like to put your channel points on the likelihood that you'll see them be able to get this one done. Shaiko already making progress in towards office. The red ping goes out, and well, Adrian very quickly off the board. And well, for BDS, that's a massive victory early, denying that roam presence. They do get Shaiko traded away. C4 goes out, but are they aware of the player a little bit deeper? I don't think they are, but they'll escape. Very well done from Savage. Oh, not for long.
It's lucky fact. He's remember we said he knows where lurkers are. I know Savage wasn't necessarily lurking, but he is there to get the kill. 4 versus 3 now for BDS as they look to press the advantage. A heavy bit of drone work being done as 2 of the 4 remaining players are currently looking around the map. But at this point, you've got to assume that every little bit of presence left for Team Secret will be in and around the site. So good idea is to set up a flank network. Keep an eye on making sure none of those BD or Secret players go for a late round flank. But it is all about executing now, because let's not forget, with Groovy playing on Clash, you're essentially in 4 guns versus 2.
Do you have that lack of firepower? It only really works when you have that numeric advantage. It can delay time, but again, the fire is burning out now. The hatch likely to be open again. The crossfires just mean the Clash is essentially stuck on an island. Royal canister is burning away. You'll lose that BP camera as well. Lack of information, and they'll see the Clash now. They now identify that threat. They haven't done so already, knowing that you've got 2 active guns to deal with. BDS might be in a position where they can just flood the site, rely on effective cover from the players in server and on that hatch, and Grubby can do essentially nothing but watch his teammates gamble on those gunfights. Brady clearly posing and posturing, ready to make that plant try and stick, and that's exactly what he'll do.
Here we go, the smoke canister forces him closer to the bomb chassis. Brady takes a ton of damage there, but Solotov is able to get the kill onto Virtue. 2v4. Nothing really works. Oh, it's all down to the Clash. It's all down to Groovy. Licky Fack finds the kill, but BDS now on the verge of a 5-1 attacking half. Pre-fire around the corner does a little bit of damage off on the side to Licky Fack. Will toss the impact, but doesn't get the kill for it. And from this point, well, resistance is futile, Groovy. Not really much you can do. They have a player inside a garage, 2 players by the breach. Whip it, it's Jover. There you go, Uses gets the kill. Team BDS now with a 5-1 lead.
This, as I will be a very self-proclaimed massive fan of Team Secret, this was a difficult one to watch. BDS, again, you gotta think about this. As good as Team Secret's improvement has been throughout Stage 1, the massive run they made to the Major, being the very first team to make it to main stage from that Swiss round, you gotta remember, BDS went all the way. They got to the grand final. Forced at 5 maps against Beast Coast. There are levels to this, but Team Secret not out of the fight just yet. The side swap does prevail. Round 7. I often talk about how it can be, for many teams, one of the most critical rounds you play on a map. And for Team Secret right now, it is a massive factor. If they get out of their very first attacking round, they can build up that momentum. They need to be perfect here. They can't let BDS get more daylight between them.
Yeah, but you're forgetting one important key bit of information, and that is they are playing against a Esports World Cup stroke Gamers 8 Team BDS, which is the scariest thing in the world. Like, let's not forget, they are a different animal when it comes to this tournament.
I mean, obviously for context, if you was watching going, the BDS for a tournament that was similar to this one, formerly known as Gamers 8. In 2022, BDS took the victory of the inaugural Siege tournament there. In 2023, they retained their title yet again, and they're looking to do the same thing this time. The BDS veterans of this, they've not missed a trip to Riyadh yet. Let's see if that trend can continue. Of course, victory in this game does give them their key to the Esports World Cup. But for Secret, the road doesn't end here. There is going to be a game tomorrow between the losers of the semi-finals for that final chance to make it in that 3rd and 4th playoff match. Critical for the team, so you want to get it done right here, right now. An extra day of prep can be a massive benefit for teams. Already a stacked lineup going to the event. Massive amount of the favourites from Brazil, Bliss, PSG, all made it there so far.
They have indeed, and BDS is surely, when you look at the teams remaining, one of the favourites to make it as well. So Team Secret with a mountain to climb. Savage has already made his way inside of Archives, getting a lot of control. There's a silhouette on the other side of that wall, but he doesn't know. Hit and run. Licky Fack will drop the hatch. He gets his one. Team BDS inching closer and closer to that plane ticket. 1 minute and 45 seconds left to work with for Team Secret. Don't let that player count loss go to your head. Focus on where you can try to even up these numbers.
Need to find this next engagement. Need to find it on Traded as well. BDS will be very likely just to sit and hold steadfast in their positions. They don't need the peak. They don't need to make a mistake. They don't need to take a risk. Benefit the early pick, I suppose. Exothermic charge goes off. The hatch access in the server has been granted. Those pests, well, being exactly what the name says, being a little bit of a pest, denying vital seconds before that information can be relayed to the rest of the team. They'll work at burning away this utility. And for Secret, it looks like they're going to have to make a play. One player down for an execution.
And Secret are looking for that next pick to level up the sides. They've got the hatches open. They've got a lot of verticality. But now you've got to isolate these players. Win your ones. You see Adrian takes a bit of damage as he wanted to go for the plant. But Shaiko, being the nuisance he has been all game long, gets himself a double. Virtue will trade it back. But has Shaiko done the damage already? Virtue with the Grim. He had information. He's spraying down in towards the other side, but there's nobody to be found, and the player that is there is Brede, who's got a lock on Virtue's head. It's all down to Adrian. No kills for him whatsoever in this matchup, and he's not even going to get a freebie. Solotov will get that kill, and BDS even closer now. They are 1 round away from the Esports World Cup.
Difficult road ahead for Team Secret. Now, this is where I'll say the dangerous thing about having that lower bracket is that going to be a safety net that will maybe say to Team Secret, so that, you know, we've got tomorrow, we don't need to play it all right now. It's just going to be a more conservative team going into it. Now, this has been a very dominant display from BDS. We think about the fantastic aggression and early map clears that they've had every single round on the offense. Shaiko, a massive example of that, able to get so much control so early in those fights, especially around open area and square, being great at that. Team Secret just haven't had the ability to react or trade off that aggressive early play, and they've been losing those gunfights, and it's just a difficult day in the office for all these players realistically. BDS having an exceptional time of it, and they are likely to close out and get themselves their key to the Esports World Cup.
Remember, for Team Secret, if they don't make the miracle comeback here, they will play the losers of the ITB game against Wolves a little bit later. They'll be hoping that maybe they get a little bit more luck in that matchup. But Team BDS, as we said, 1 round away, open area defense to secure your ticket. Shaiko 5-5, but Solotov has been the star of Bank so far, 10-2. It's actually the 2 new boys alongside EFAC with, but you got Yuza 7-1 as well, as they are earning their keep here on Bank.
I mean, you gotta think about it. BDS is one of the deepest teams in terms of raw potential individual talent. Shaiko, Usus, Likivac, Brede, Solotov, name a player you would back them in most situations every single day of the week.
Unless it's Shaiko against Jerry. Right? And didn't Jerry the caster kill Shaiko?
Yeah, that is true. I mean, some good friends of ours actually warmed them up before a tournament and absolutely rattled Shaiko apparently. I've heard rumors. But of course,
allegedly.
Allegedly. But right now in this matchup, they have been exceptional so far, and my prediction of a 2-1 victory for Team Secret does begin to fade away. That's just the realities of this, I suppose. The Ram goes out, and I feel like a little bit of a distraction in terms of audio sending it out on Marble Stairs. They won't really achieve too much from that position. Savage just walks in the site, finding 1, and this could be a moment that they can use as a catalyst to get more success. And look at that from the kill feed! Just like that, Secret have found a lifeline. They should be able to get this case down in the hands of Adrian. That's what they'll do. Solotov fires back. He'll get 1. Second in the round. 3 versus 2. What a rotation there from Likifac. And the advantage is neutralized. Information seems to be good. Those red pings ringing out. But Robbie finds a second one now. But surely Likifac can't stick this one, right?
Way.
Right?
No way.
He pulls off just in time. But with 1 shot from the SMG-11. Finds it. And it's down to Virtue, the veteran from Oceania. Took a trip to Europe so many moons ago and hasn't looked back since, but can he find success and keep his new home alive? Look at this! What a play! But will it be enough? No, it won't! And some mockery to add salt to the wound. Virtue takes his time to line it up. Not so smart there. 1 tap and a lifeline, a hope, a pulse, a moment of Team Secret success.
My favourite part of that is how clever Likifac thought he was by going for the long arrow. He was like, here, boys, watch this. I've got it. And then you switch to Virtue's POV, and it's like, I can see every square inch of your body.
I thought it was going to be brilliant. I thought it was a moment, really. Likifac was, oh my baguette, I've got this one. I thought it was a little bit better. However, as comedic as it was for Team Secret, that's a massive benefit from them. Look how they were able to play with confidence, bounding in the site, ready to make a play off what was a very aggressive play behind that Dokkaebi, finding 2 back-to-back like that. Still, not scary. The cover on site wasn't good enough. Likifac made that pristine rotation all the way through Printer, and that caused so many problems for Secret. I wonder, can they get that success again though? Playing off an aggressive peak, all they need, and that just shows the Secret only need an opening.
Look, I'm an optimist. You know this.
Yeah,
And
unfortunately.
the optimistic viewpoint of this is now, Secret had to win 5 rounds in a row. Now they've just got to win 4. So if you're an optimist, things are starting to look a little bit better.
No, I mean, yes, you're true. It's
Am I wrong?
No, but it's easier said than done. Alright? You know, I would.
This is why we're casters, because it is much easier to say these things than to
It is.
do.
It's much. Listen, I wouldn't. The map would have been long over if it was a team of us, Gibby. Let's be fair for this.
Here's the problem. We've got
Go
a
on.
few talent members who couldn't do the walk, and talk the talk. Like, you got Fabian Penguin Fresh, from what I can tell, pretty good at the game. Like, come on.
That's true. That is true.
Then you've got us. You're like,
I'm washed now, Gibson. I'm washed. I've retired to golf. I'm having my quarter life crisis. I'm gone from the rank scene as we speak. But as we
one-time
speak,
Siege coach, by the way.
but we'll move into this now round. It's a very critical one for Secret to win this. They need to get this round and a nice bit of momentum to build off if they can find it. And Virtue finds that opening pick on the Solotov. This is the dream start right now, and they spot the player in stock. Do they have the ability to clear this? The hatch should be open for a safe rotation out. And that's exactly what's happened. But Virtue finding 2. Vikafak off the board as well as Solotov. Secret in a great position to get themselves a 3rd round here on Bank.
Do not give away any freebies from this point on. The 3 defenders are not too far away from site. They're all playing on the ground floor. It's just a matter of identifying them now. The big thing is, if you can keep yourselves in a numerical advantage with the Monty in play, it makes things very easy for Team Secret to attempt to get that execute off. Savage will be playing off the Monty. He's got most of the kills for his side. A switch to Monty is a bit of a strange one off the back of this. But you can see he's feeding information. He wants to get this wall open. He wants to get some verticality established to enable the execute, to enable Adrian to get in and get that case down.
That first flashbang bounces underneath that laser gate. Fortunate one there. You'd like to have an extra flashbang in your back pocket for when you ever might need it. Drones being established to make sure those flanks stay nice and secure. And they don't have a lot of time to make these final few adjustments stick. They've only got 40 seconds to go, and while BDS might be reduced to 3 players, Shaiko, Bride, Users are not a combination that you can walk over easily. Hatch open inside a janitor, we hear smoke grenades begin to spew out. Savage will try and get that case down, and the shield on his back might keep him safe as well. The DMR, the hands of Bride, spots one player, leaves on the DBNO, and that case goes down. Triple kill for Virtue, leaving Bride alone against 4 standing players. 1 left in DBNO on square. That will be Groovy. No point chasing confirmation. Might try and bait a long rotation. Actually, might just go for it. And I think at this point, this is a technical timeout from BDS. Taking those final 20 seconds to maybe evaluate what went wrong.
Because they definitely need it at 6-2 up. You need that free timeout.
I mean,
to talk.
I'm saying this, right? There is no more dangerous place for a team to be than on map and series point with a large gap between 2 teams. Complacency is a very scary thing, and why BDS are veterans and too good for that almost you'd want to imagine. Yet you've just lost 2 consecutive rounds. Team Secret are seeing that deficit reduced to just 3 to force overtime. You know, maybe they're reading the headlines of tomorrow's Twitter feed.
Well, whip it. The Optimist is out once more. Now Team Secret only have to win 3 more rounds on attack on Bank to force overtime here.
I like that from you, Gibbs. You know what? Even though you've predicted for BDS to take the series, you're rooting for my side now. I like that from you.
I also want to cast Nighthaven. We never get to cast Nighthaven.
I mean, for context for everybody, we begged all of Stage 1 for LATAM teams, our home region, to play some Nighthaven. We got it once, and it was a 7-0 victory.
Yeah, our home region, by the way, you know, Darren Gibson and Dylan McGuire from Argentina.
Listen, has a ring to it. All I'm saying, just saying. I mean, we've casted more LATAM than our actual home region, so I'll happily say LATAM is my home list at this point.
I believe in Dante supremacy. Remember,
you're
Cruelty.
right.
Cruelty are already there. They're already going to the Esports World Cup. But we will find out pretty soon who will be joining them from Europe. Team BDS just need to win the singular round, and they will find themselves joining that very esteemed list of teams. You got Liquid, you got Furia, you got FaZe Clan, you know, PSG, Bliss. That is a very, very good tournament being put on out there, and this team looking to add their name to this. Of course, they'll probably say, but what is an Esports World Cup without BDS? They are the two-time.
I mean, that is true. I mean, while it might be under a different name at this point, you know, I saw the Z there. Guards are falling asleep at the wheel there with us rambling.
Yeah. We're waiting the round to start.
Anyway, who's going to win the elevator fight? Virtue or the dude in the elevator? The Goyo of Solotov. Who's going to win? Huh?
I like how because of the new HUD, you look down, saw Goyo, and then you look down further to see Solotov. I saw your thought process. Solotov's going to win it. Solotov's going to win that fight. Nook is already inside of Garage, though. And that's a very big play that you could potentially see being popped off by Savage. Adrian pre-firing through the wall. He finally got himself off the mark, but as Thermite, it's more important that you get these open. And the Groovy is gone.
Bye-bye.
And Savage is gone.
Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. Right, difficult one for Secret now. 2 versus 5. Gotta play the referee whistle, unfortunately, for this one, so it's down to this now. BDS in a great position to close this one out. Adrian gets that wall open. Full HP to work with, staring down the flames. He has Doom to be his battle buddy for this one. Not gonna be easy. I wonder if that hatch is open. That might be the one and only lifeline, and it is.
But it's not looking good here for Team Secret. As you said, a 2v5. These two players have 3 kills between them in the second map of Bank, so they need to more than double their individual numbers if they want to win this round out. Adrian pre-firing, and the smoke canisters are eating up a lot of time, and now Groovy's going to get a little bit of value out of the utility, or Jim, sorry, is going to get value out of the utility as he gets rid of those canisters. And not only that, Whippet, you've used some of those smoke chargers as well, smoke bombs. So
you'll get there. You'll get there.
Get there.
Yeah. So those toxic canisters have been depleted at this point. One in back pocket, and they'll try and bait out that final one. It denies so much time, and Adrian's halfway through that plant. He's gonna pull off just in case someone's gonna get aggressive with him, but no one does. Perhaps there's a sprint against the walls enough to displace him. Doom gets one. Can't find a second one. Shaiko bags it, and it's down to 4 versus 1. All alone is Adrian. He's been an exceptional player for this team. Against the full might of BDS on match point, I don't think it's long for it, and Shaiko will get that final confirmation. GG's ring out to the chat in Secret to do fail to qualify in this matchup. BDS get their key to the Esports World Cup. Ticket is booked. They are the very first European representative locked in.
They know how to get those flights booked now as they make their way towards Riyadh to hold on to their crown. And of course, get their key, which I'm sure they're looking forward to seeing. For Team Secret, though, if you're a fan, do not despair. It is not over just yet. They will play against the losers of the next matchup tonight, tomorrow, to try secure that final spot for Europe at AWC. But Whippet, any final or closing thoughts on that matchup, or are BDS just built different when it comes to this tournament?
I think BDS in general seem to be just built a little bit different coming into this one. On Bank, it was a very ruthless team from BDS. It was a clinical display. We did see that little flash of hope and life from Team Secret towards the end of the matchup, but BDS done all the heavy lifting early. They got themselves on the championship, or on the qualifying point so early. They realistically just had to manage the game from that point, knowing that qualifying round is going to come their way eventually, and it did arrive from them. A little bit lucky, unfortunate with that disconnect from Team Secret as well in that final round, but got to play to the whistle, unfortunately. That is kind of the demon of online qualifiers, I suppose, for it. So they do have another lifeline tomorrow, of course, against the losers of ITB Wolves, but massive congratulations for BDS's. They have a chance to, once again, get the victory as they fly out to Riyadh.
Let's remind the viewers at home of the bracket and how we got to where we are today. So as you can see, BDS are now locked in after that 2-0 victory against Team Secret. But up next will be Wolves against Into the Breach. Are we going to see the French side, the second French side, qualifying for the Esports World Cup, or can Into the Breach do it for their region, their little sub-region of the UK going into that matchup?
It's a very difficult one, Gibson, as do I go with my heart or my head for this one? My head says Wolves. Wolves, let's just be fair, absolutely dismantled G2. If you look at the scores, it was 7-2, 7-3 victories. G2 didn't have a chance against this side of Wolves. ITB got a 2-0 victory against Fnatic and had a great running themselves. It's difficult, Gibby. It's difficult. I'm going to say, deep down, I think ITB can get the job done.
Yeah, well, you look at that team. We'll talk about it a little bit more in the pregame to that one. But of course, you and I have a lot of friends on that roster who we have followed the whole way from Tier 4, Tier 3 to this point. But we will find out soon. We're going to jump into a break. When we come back, we will have our next matchup, our final matchup of the day, to find out who will be the next team to join BDS in Riyadh.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world. $60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice, so we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man, there's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup qualifiers, here for Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. Gibson Cast, joined by Whippet, and we have just sent the reigning champions of Gamers 8 BDS back to the Esports World Cup, or to the inaugural Esports World Cup. But the question now, Whippet, is who will be joining them? The next matchup will tell us that.
It certainly will. Wolves versus ITB. A matchup that I'm very excited to see, but we'll take a little look back at the games they had yesterday off stream. Wolves faced off against a very new look G2, getting the victory there in a 2-1 fashion, and then ITB up against Fnatic, finding the only 2-0 victory of the day and getting their ticket against Wolves in this matchup. Of course, winner of this does qualify for Rayad in the Esports World Cup. Loser does have that final chance against Team Secret tomorrow in one final best of 3. But Gibson, I am very intrigued to see how these teams line up. We've got a lot of friends on ITB, so we'll try and drop as much of our caster bias as possible for this one.
Caster bias is real, but look, we'll be fair. ITB, yes, of course, we know the players of this team. They've kind of followed us in our career all the way up from tier 4 to tier 1. So it's nice to see them where they are today. But of course, they do have veteran leadership in the playing side, with, of course, Kenny being in the side. And you've also got a coach, Kenny, who's been impressive to say the least. Yes, that's not confusing at all that there's 2 Kenny.ITBs out there now, but all is fair, I guess. But the big thing for this matchup, right, is Wolves are a side where I think when you think back to 2022, we're probably the most consistent European team that we had. They were qualifying for every international event. Yes, when they got to those international events, they didn't go too well after the group stages. You know, I think all Wolves fans would admit that. But there's certainly a team that knows how to be very, very consistent. Like, I feel like the bar for Wolves is relatively, the low bar is relatively high. They don't usually drop below it. For ITB, the jury is still out. They're a very young roster. They're very explosive. They're very exciting. The question is, can they make sure that their kind of lowest point is at a high enough level as well that they can win this matchup? Because all signs would point initially to Wolves being the favourites.
I'd have to agree with that statement. And as much as it would pain me to say this, I do think Wolves are the favourite in this qualifying matchup going into it. And I just feel that they had a massively strong performance against G2. And while obviously there's asterisks around G2's performance with the new roster coming into it, they still looked exceptional in that from what I've heard from the result going into it. And ITB, it's not been the dream run I think a lot of the UK massive crowd would have wanted for this side, but there is so much raw potential on this team that I do have faith they can put it all together when it matters most. And well, tell you what, a qualifying match EWC against Wolves certainly is a high stakes environment to test and maybe prove that they can beat those diamonds under pressure.
Yeah, well, maybe there'll at least be one side with a one English side that people can be positive about going into today, because I don't know how the other one's doing, but I've heard it's not good.
You know what, Gibbs, I'll say this: it's level in extra time. That's the last I've seen.
Love that. Love that. Look, you wouldn't know I'm Irish. You wouldn't know that I'm definitely hoping for the demise of the English football team. But I think when it comes to ITB, as we said, we do have a soft spot for this roster and where they've come. I think that Kenny, the coach, I think a lot of people don't realize how quick he is to adapt to what the current meta of Siege is. Back when he was in Tier 3, Tier 4, he had his teams playing, that Brazil meta. At the same time, Brazil teams were starting to play it themselves. So he's very forward thinking when it comes to being a coach. He does have a very good team in play. Yes, there is some young talent there. You spoke about Crean, one of the up-and-comers alongside Adrian, who didn't really have the best series in that last matchup. But you look at the other side of the spectrum, right, and you look at Wolves. Mowgli can be one of the most deadly players in all of Siege Esports. But the other player who I think hasn't quite hit the heights that maybe we would have expected based on Tier 2 form is Deadshot.
I agree. Deadshot, I think, has a ceiling that's not been achieved just yet. But we do have our veto ready for this matchup. We see where these teams do forge their battlefields against. We've not been, normally we get a little bit of a preview as this is the cast. We've actually, first time we're laying eyes upon this, and it will be another trip to bank. And another French team have a good performance on this map as Wolves bring that out for the first pick. ITB choose Clubhouse as their map choice, meaning our decider is going to be Oregon. You know what? People might talk about how they don't like Oregon, how it's same feel every time it's played. As a decider map, I don't think there's much better for it. So a very interesting lineup for this one. I think we have a 3-mapper in our hands. I see both teams taking their own map pick here.
Well, when you look at the fact that Clubhouse will be the first game we're going to, right? Because this map veto screen doesn't follow the pattern of, showing an order. It just shows the 9 maps in a layout. So Clubhouse will be our first matchup. When you look at the maps we're going to, Clubhouse and Oregon are the 2, I would like to say, training ground maps of Siege. If you cannot win these 2 maps, you cannot win an international event. This is where your very basic Siege is going to get tested to the extreme. And I feel like it's a very safe play from ITB to take Wolves there for the very first matchup, because it is one that I think the team with the best fundamentals will come out on top. The wildcard is bank, right? If Wolves win Clubhouse, you have to favour them to take bank. But if ITB can win their map in game 1, there's a very real chance that even if they do lose bank, that their fundamentals might get them over the line in Oregon.
I see this being a 3-mapper through and through realistically. I think, the way I look at it going into it, I think Wolves on the second map, which will be bank, have a very high chance of being able to take that. Same as ITB going up on their map choice of Clubhouse. They should take that. In an ideal world, both teams will win their map choice, meaning it's going to be Oregon as a decider. And Clubhouse and Oregon in the same best of 3 is 2 tests of basic strategy. There's not a lot of deviation teams can make on these maps. There's very clear ways, very key victory points for both teams to achieve. So it will be today, in this best of 3, a test of basics and who can do them perfectly. And I think that is a very exciting premise between these 2 teams.
The big thing, I think, when you look at these teams too, is what impact the more veteran players are going to have. You look at Wolves, they have made some changes recently as well. They're not the same team that we saw compete towards the end of last year. You look at that team in particular, I feel like they've never really gotten over the roster change. Like, I think bringing in Deadshot was the right thing to do. I just don't know if they got rid of the right player in order to do it. They've not really bounced back from that decision. They've made a couple of more changes recently. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Mowgli and P4 as 2 of the more veteran players on this side now to also carry that team. But when you speak of veterans, is there one more player out there, more veteran than Kenny? I hate that there's 2 Kennys in ITB. Kenny the player, I'm going to have to be very specific with that every time. Is there a more experienced player out there than Kenny the player?
I mean, Kenny has had a very long career inside of Rainbow Six Siege. I mean, you think about this, was a winner in Tokonami in that Pro League final so many moons ago. That feels like a lifetime ago at this point. I believe that was in 2020, 2019. correct me if I'm wrong on that one, my memory is foggy that far back, but has been around, had a massive career inside of UKIN, the former national system in the UK, and has been a name that we've known for a long time. There's been question marks about in-game performance, but when you have a player with that much experience, that is a very valuable attribute to have to a team, especially a team full of newer, more green players, a green coach coming into tier 1 professional players in Kangaroo Kenny as well. So there's a good mix of a lot of experience and a lot of talent on this team. I hopefully get to see that blended into a good matchup here against Wolves, who will be a pretty massive test for this team. They've got experience against them because they've likely scrimmed each other because they're in this European region in preparation for the Manchester Major, whatnot. Still, big test, and even for both these teams, a massive test. A lot of pressure, knowing that there is going to be a ticket to Red Saturday for the Esports World Cup on the line.
And you spoke about experience for coaches, with Kenny being essentially a newly blooded tier 1 coach. On the opposite side of that coin, you've got Lilun, who's coaching on the side of Wolves, who recently got an accreditation, a lifetime achievement award for Siege Esports. So complete different sides of the experience spectrum. But we are going to jump into Clubhouse for ITB taking on Wolves. As we jump into the ban phase, but are we going to see a Ying ban, a Valkyrie ban? Like, are we going to see something crazy?
I don't know. I actually don't know going into this one, because both these teams are going to either play basics or going to go try and play a little bit more outside that box or go for the more obscure versions of this. The Monty ban coming out from Wolves is a very smart choice, a common one that we do tend to see on this map in ITB. Take out that Maverick, and again, the way I'll put this is, whether it's an operator ban phase or a map ban phase, the coach of ITB, Kangaroo Kenny, puts a lot of work in trying to win the match or do as good for his team at this moment. Everything is very calculated from ITB, and they'll take their time with deliberation for this, and it will be a Tubarão ban from them.
Yeah, that leaves the final ban up in the air. On a map like this, there's so many operators that can have an impact. We know Kaid can be great on the basement site with the hatches. You've got Valk as well. Wolves are clearly taking their time, having a bit of a thought. Remember, if all players click the ban quickly, it'll jump down a lot faster than it has done. So we've known they've had some conversation. It is Valk that has been removed. So that means you've got to deal with the likes of Amira. You've got to deal with that Kaid if you're defending basement. But round 1, into the breach, on their map, on attack, they have to set the tempo, right?
Yeah, they do. There's no other way about this, realistically, going into this. And I mean, for ITB, the big thing for me is that they need to start off strong. I feel like this team can do a good job of management from this, and I mean, I mentioned it basically every time I've casted a game with Kangaroo Kenny as the coach of. This team will not win by massive margins. It will be a close affair no matter what, but they will try and play to a very structured system, and they will play to what the strat book says. They will make adaptations when they need to, but they are well regimented. And for Wolves on the defense, they have a good chance here of making it a difficult affair with using time as their ally, as that might be a vulnerable point for ITB.
So, first sight, of course, will be that basement that people historically like to call the gimme, but there are more effective ways of clearing it now. Habana, of course, will be used to get rid of all those hatches, but it is a very extended roam here from Wolves. Now, there is no castle, so it's not going to be similar to that old SSG roam that we used to see, but it's still something for ITB to think of. Now, I'm going to throw a little trick to you, but do you remember the SI final where Team Liquid spotted the roam and rushed blue? They realized so much of the presence was in blue that they could flood the site. It doesn't look like ITB have got that on their mind, though.
I'm not gonna lie, Gibson, as a lifelong Liquid fan, I've forgotten about that Paris SI final just because they didn't win, right? Simply put. So no.
That wasn't Paris, that was Montreal with G2 won.
It wasn't, G2 wasn't Liquid. Gibson. It was W7M.
Oh, my brain. It was the semi-final. My brain.
The Liquid have only made one invitational grand final. It was in Paris against Ninjas in Pajamas. Come on.
And you could tell me the date, the time, and what everybody's player score was because.
Listen, it was tears streaming down my face when I didn't see Nesk lift the hammer, so I will be distraught for that one. Of course, Liquid did qualify for the Esports World Cup during the Brazilian qualifiers for this, and 4 representatives from that region will be making the trip in 3 weeks' time out to the Kingdom to play for this one, but the round begins to play for this one, and ITB have made a lot of progress early. No roam presence from Wolves, but you expect this on this site on Clubhouse. You don't need to extend, you don't need to take risks, and you want to keep as many defensive players alive as long as possible and make that execution a very difficult affair. Let's see how this one plays out. It will be a slow one.
I love it though, because Wolves have already funneled back to site, but they've created enough of a setup on the top floor that they're forcing ITB to drone every square inch. Half the round is now gone. They're beginning to open the hatches, but all in all, I think Wolves have done the right thing. Now they've got to work on getting rid of this electric loss, so should be pretty easily done. You get the ping from the IQ. There you go. Get that breach open. Now the player can't play inside of Moto anymore. That means you've now funneled the defenders with it into some very readable positions. You're going to have 1 or 2 on site. You'll have 1 or 2 playing around Church, and maybe someone in and around Dirt where Mowgli's kind of playing by AKs. You've got to force those defenders now into positions where you can win those fights.
No pressure in Dirt yet from the side of ITB. Interesting choice there. And the yellow ping is going out, trying to read in this one. The vocal point of this play is going to be from the hatch and pressure in blue. 3 bodies stacked up. Actually, the entire team is vulnerable from a successful take of blue and generator. Candela's going in, Ying left on the board. So this will be that execution moment, the catalyst for it. The first set of stuns arrive close. Second set go deep. Combination with the Grim, and Oscar finds an opening. Deadshot first to fall. Trades off happen, but it's going to be ITB. They arrive in towards sight, but shut down. The new addition to Wolves, finding 2. That might be enough to steady the ship in this moment, but left all alone inside a Church, finding 3. Can't make it 4 or 5. Creeds gets it, and ITB get the opening round.
That was traded too. That was a great attempt from Asa, but ITB set the tempo. What an execute from them. They used the Grim, they used the Candelas, every bit of utility they could possibly use to allow them to win the round. They used perfectly. And not only that one, but it's the absolute speed and precision of that push.
That was a very, very clinical attack from the side of ITB. And again, I asked the question that there's no pressure inside of Dirt, and very quickly that was answered to me. Everything was vocalizing on that push down Moto hatch, and pressure arriving with those Grimbies inside of blue and generator by that space. ITB, great job. It came down to a frag fest in the end, but the early advantage that they gained, the structure behind that attack, a massive beneficiary of that. So they do lead going into this one, and I tell you what, I absolutely love seeing teams with a very clinical way of approaching that basement attack, because, I mean, we saw a lot with the Knights in Latam, how clinical their attacks were on this site in Latam South, and ITB just showed how crisp they can be.
Now we've got a bit of a change in the lineup from Into the Breach. They changed 4 of their 5 attacking operators based on what they've seen on this top floor defense. Big thing to keep an eye on if people aren't too sure about Azur, who played inside the tier 3 and tier 2 system for a long time. He used to be the IGL for his side, and he always played the entry role, so it's no surprise whatsoever to see Azur playing on Ashe. Let's keep an eye on what he's able to do on the back of this round. But look at how much value they've gotten already. They've got the main wall open. They've got information onto where the player is inside of cache. This is really good play from ITB, but now they've got to clear the player inside of cache, and that's where the problem lies.
Oh, the extended suppressor, the TCSG will reveal that position. Gonna be a difficult one now. That's Deadshot. We'll find that pressure, but patience from Oscar, just waiting. Sees a shoulder, sees a foot, might be able to drop prone and find some damage, but no! Deadshot pops up, finds a single shot ahead of Oscar. Early pick advantage sits with Wolves. ITB finding a little bit of an early round stall. They got them pressure inside of CC. They now need to clear cache, and that will be an easier task said than done. They rotate 2 more bodies in towards it. The Thatcher and the Lion set up for it. Wolves, very difficult defense to break down. This nade needs to be perfect to try and displace this player. And Deadshot, well, dances around the M67s. And Noah next to step to try and take this gunfight and backs off quickly.
Yeah, unbelievable job there just a second ago to get that kill from Deadshot, using the audio cue of Oscar to peek up and take him down. He's still playing inside. Now he's lost the reticle of that holographic sight, which makes it a little bit more difficult, but he's still alive with 1:40 gone. He is a thorn in the sides of ITB. More shots fired, more shots missed. Finally dealt with by Azur, but he's done his job. He's used up so much of the time, and that's a big boon to the success of Wolves in this round.
EMP goes out to buy them some time of respite without the live information being relayed to them from that bulletproof camera. ITB just don't have a clear avenue of approach yet, and this is where you're going to see the problem solving of this team being tested. What can they do around this? They'll clear that mirror, or clear that BP, at least temporarily with breaking it. They'll still relay sound. Walk inside, and they find pressure. Fenrir goes off and blinded by fear. Caught by that, and it's going to be a flurry. 3-piece for Wolves, leaving it 4 versus 1, all down the Creeds. Who's been sensational for this side. I think it might be too much to ask. Knows one player's out by Engine, but shut down. And Mowgli gets that credit. Wolves get themselves level.
And I love that it was Deadshot, the one that ruined that round for ITB when we spoke before the game about how we thought he hasn't quite hit the level of play that we knew he was capable of just yet on this roster. He used up 1 minute and 40 seconds. Now, yes, you can praise Deadshot all day, and he deserves it for using the audio cue and the camera to peek up and get the kill. However, I do think that ITB didn't really help Oscar that much. Either he got too far ahead of schedule and got himself stuck on the door, or the rest of the team were too slow with catching up and using utility to clear the player outside of cash. Either way, with a little bit more teamwork, ITB would have been able to deal with that player a lot easier, but in the straight up 1v1, the TCSG wins.
TCSG is just such a brutal weapon to go up against. It's the classic kind of it's basically DMR with the slug shells in it, and you can't really trade off peaks with it. You shoulder peak, you take 1 or 2 shells, and all of a sudden you're basically out of the fight. No way you can trade off damage for it. Well, you go back to the basement yet again for the defensive Wolves. ITB were fantastic here. See if they can find a little bit of a repeat of that. And Gibson, any major changes you're spotting from the side of Wolves?
Not really. There's a couple of little ones here and there. They've got rid of the Kaid. They've obviously brought in the reworked recruits as well into the mix, which obviously allows you, pointed out earlier, allows you to bring 2 sets of utility as opposed to having like a special gadget in the back pocket. But I think that they've changed it up just enough. Castle could have a big impact though when you think about, slowing down time, making the roam game a little bit more effective. It's not the SSG roam again, but it will still use a lot of time.
Logic Bomb arrives. All of those Wolves players will have to deal with that slight annoyance. Players down in kitchen. One dead shot up above could be a massive problem. P4 is first to fall, and look at this, the adaptation from ITB, sensing a larger extension of a roam from the Wolves. They decide to go way more direct, Route 1 siege, and this case should go down. The hatch, however, isn't opened up, meaning there is a chance of a potential retake here. Players locked in position, now a difficult fight for the castle. Flames all around them. One player, the sledge does creep around. The UMP rattles up a cost in a deadly crossfire. Shotgun upstairs, trying to deny some cover, and Wolves reduced to a single player. All down to the Elasmo. Finding one. That's Creed's off the board, but still so much to do, and pressure above as well. No easy way. See that hatch is closed, but it's all but over. 16 seconds and just a dream, and I think it might just be that. It might be a nightmare for Wolves, and it is. Shut down yet again. ITV on this basement site. Clinical on the attack.
What I love about that is, remember what I said in the first round about identifying a heavy roam and pushing directly for site? They did exactly that. They realized there was a roam, they pushed directly to site. You spoke about the fact the hatch was closed meant that it would be very hard, or easy, the retake was on. The hatch being closed actually enabled the case to go down where it was as well, and it allowed that attacker to play comfortably below that reinforced hatch for a little while longer. It's a very good read on the Wolves' defense by ITB, and for Clubhouse, you gotta say, you can see why they've picked it. They've come up with some different ideas. It executes while not being mind-bendingly innovative. They're very effective. They know what their plan is, and it gives them that 2-1 lead.
You see in rounds like that, though, how well regimented Into the Breach actually are as a side. I mean, obviously we were focused on that play upstairs in kitchen, in office when that was all happening. But when that decision was made that they're going to push in from dirt, have that pressure on main stairs, it was made in an instant, and it worked out perfectly. Wolves essentially caught with a stray right hand out of nowhere, no response from them. And see if they can continue that trend. CC and Cash, a site of choice here. Wolves had a successful time holding Gym Bedroom. Different set of tasks now for ITB. How do they adapt to this one?
And again, you spoke about the coaching. Both of these sides have incredible coaches. As we said earlier, Lee Lun, getting a lifetime achievement award from Siege for everything she's done. Two coaches with very similar mindsets with how to deal with players, as a bandit trick is going to go off and Mowgli will deal with that nice and easily, and that's one important piece of utility already gone on the side of Into the Breach. But Whippet, you speak, you know, you want to let players know about teams and orgs. Kenny, of course, his background is actually in psychology. That's what he studied in college, so he takes that mindset into dealing with these players as well, using that degree, using his knowledge in that field to be the best possible coach he can.
2 minutes remain in this round, and it's going to be a slow one yet again. ITB probing, looking to find those weaknesses, to get that main breach in server room that's opened up and established, and they can play a little bit of split theory here, going for an approach instead of construction if they want to do that now. Drone goes out, will play around that chassis. They know the Azami is going to be playing, likely covered by Wamai, but of course that's not going to be an operator in effect so far. So they can now use that Kappa Tower down below if they got control of Lounge to try and clear the Azami on that balcony. Very critical moments of this round. Decision making needs to be quick and snappy, and I think they realize they're not dealing with the OMI. Creeds can likely tell that and relay that information on the gadget of IQ, and they can push in now and do their best to try and clear the Azami off of rafters.
Yeah, but do you see that silhouette over by pool table and doesn't get the chance to catch those attackers? But there we go. Utility now being utilized. Oscar's able to find the kill on the Mowgli, and Azur's nade
Beautiful.
will get Lasmo as well. That puts it into a 5v3. A quick trade as Asa pushes down Red, picks up a vital kill. But now P4 will look to retake Garage once more. Even though the numbers are in ITB's favor on a site like this, it is still pretty heavily defender favored. Now,
You'll get there.
Red Stairs with that shield in position is the next real task that you gotta clear.
P4's got a good Yokai drone as well, established on that main stairs, so if that's been checked frequently, they should know that their vocal point of this push is going to arrive from Garage on that rafters, as well as the breach and server. One player a little bit disconnected from this, still on the roof, waiting to try and catch a rotation from that window, or dive in late in this round. Around 20 seconds left to go, and a good amount of damage dealt. That player does run away, and no one gets credit with that pick. Oscar Creeds fire off, Asa and Deadshot next to the ball, and ITB find themselves another round. Look at the patience and structure and regimenting of this team. Very well done attack from ITB. They now lead.
And even better again, even though Kenny didn't get the kill, he did enough damage to force the player to cross to get into the line of sight of Noah. So even if you don't get the kill, just doing the damage, getting the shots off, can enable someone else in your team to pick up advantage. Brilliant by ITB. Again, I think it all falls down to the fact that there was a Wolves player inside of pool, inside of billiards, by that double window, peeking towards bottom garage, but couldn't get the angle. And if they could, it would have completely changed the scope of that round, as those two attackers would not have made it into bottom garage, and then the Azami would have stood their ground. But whip it 3-1 ITB, when arguably a lot of people had Wolves down as the heavy favourites in this matchup.
I mean, I'd done it as well. I mentioned on the pre-game for this that I feel like Wolves would be the team that get across the line, as much as it pained my heart to say that as a loyal Kangaroo King supporter, but I do feel that ITB have played an exceptional game of Siege so far on this attacking side. They lead 3-1. Can they grow that advantage? Bar and Jin. Oh, sorry, not Bar. I'm confused, Gabe. I got myself confused.
You'll get there.
I'll get there eventually. No, but Gym Bedroom, the site they went to, the only victory that Wolves have had on their defense, arrived on this site. Can they find a replication of that, or will ITB read into this and identify their weaknesses that they had previously?
That's what they've been very good at so far, is identifying weaknesses. Even the round they lost, they got into a very good position. They were just a little bit too slow that time. Now P4 is going to try to bandit trick again, but not going to be successful this time. And this is a lesson for all the people at home. Always put the thermite on one side of the wall. The amount of times, and we have seen it in the past, where even at the tier 3 level, players put it on the middle, and bandit tricks like that are even more impactful. But they've got both sets of walls open now. They can start to put pressure on the site. The only fear I have with it is, unless Ace can get rid of those mirror windows, the player in bathroom is still going to be problematic.
You want to imagine they should be able to clear that mirror window and bathroom. That's going to be a massive point on this checklist for them. I believe, though, that's going to be a second Selma used to give it a better avenue inside of server room to walk in and take these fights with a little bit extra comfort. It will be Oscar on that Ace who walks in, and well, not going to be able to clear that mirror window if you're dead. The C4 from Deadshot is perfect. Lasma will find one the Noah. Creeds does get one traded back on the Mowgli, so it will be a lot of blood traded off early, but in favor of Wolves so far. ITB just haven't had an answer to break down this site yet.
Was Creeds on the hatch there? I couldn't quite see his silhouette. I think he was. He got that kill into Logi from up on top of that hatch, but it does make it a 3v4, so this is winnable still for ITB, but a lot of good defensive utility still in play. 2 C4s in the pocket of Wolves. They're attempting now to breach into Logi. They've established the fact that it's now clear, but look at the drones, but they're a bit too far away to get some impact into this round now for ITB. Remember, 4 left up, but here's the question: can they find that initial pick to allow them to walk into sight now?
They need to. It's not an option of can they. They need to find this round. 40 seconds. The EMP on the roof will clear that pesky utility as well. It should be safe. But they're waiting for that opportunity moment. Someone to find some information. Here they go. Flashbangs out to Logi. They vault on in. And the case is going to try and go down behind Engine. The cover should be good for this one through that wall. But the C4 sent out by Asai is going to be enough. And Kenny will be the player caught by that one. P4 finds Azur. And yet again, it looks like Gym and Bedroom is going to be the fortified bastion for Wolves. Not much you can do to break this one down. Creed's alone. He'll vault on in, but he won't last too long. It's going to be shut down. Wolves find themselves a second round.
It was a really smart call to rotate, to try to plant behind the mattress, to go through the window. However, I said the C4s would be telling. They were. They get the diffuser, or they stop the case from going down, and from that point, Wolves were always going to win that round. 3-2 to ITB. They're still pretty much on schedule for a great attacking half here in Clubhouse. The big question now is, can Wolves bring it back to 3-3, or can ITB win Church Arsenal for the 3rd time? But the gimme site, what we used to call the gimme site, has already been cracked by ITB twice. Can they do it a 3rd time?
I'm not too sure I'm a fan of this decision from Wolves to go here again. I mean, obviously, they trust the process, but ITB have been exceptional twice now attacking this. So I'd often say second bite at the cherry, but now a 3rd bite at it. Can they find a way to shut down ITB's very solid, very clinical, very structured offensive presence? And the thing about this is ITB have done 2 separate approaches. They've not done the same thing twice. And for Wolves, I'm very curious if that's going to be a little bit of a concern for them. We don't know what ITB is going to do this round.
That's what I love about it, though. Keep them on their toes. The lineup this time, though, it tells you it's going to be a lot more standard. They'll likely get the ram in and around that freezer door to open up from above. Hopefully they do that after the hatch has been opened. You know, you got to get the timing on these things right. Don't be in too much of a panic to create that verticality. You'll be able to use those, I was going to say those impact EMPs, but you look at the attacking side, they've none to use at all with it. Usually it's a maybe Doe could be bringing them, but they've decided to go for more of an explosive lineup. But that KE is going to be a real problem now for ITB.
ITB just they're gonna run into that issue. Very curious to what the core approach, who this is going to be. Logic bomb goes out, all those defenders' phones ring in the back pocket. Headshot will answer his a little bit early. Found the urgency of that, and again ITB will walk around the top floor here, realizing that they can't open the hatch inside of supply. They're going to be stuck with that one. No real easy way to solve that. No secondary EMPs in back pocket. The trick is good as well, so kitchen hatch should remain closed. This is a difficult one now for Into the Breach.
No hatches, but they can't get them from this point on, really, unless, you know, they move. But from this point, it changes up their approach, right? If you're the defending side, I would focus now on keeping Moto hatch closed and keeping kitchen. Let them drop through that stock hatch, because you drop into blue, you drop into pit, it puts them into a funnel. They try to take dirt, but they do get that hatch open eventually. Oh, but
never say never, Gibby, that's why. Never say they can't do something, because you know, right?
Damn you.
Yeah. That's shame on you for that one, Gibby. Doubting Into the Breach for that, but they're going to be very much stretched in terms of what resources they have to use. I believe they used a grenade to find that as well through the beams in the floor. The ram's going to be able to open up as much of this floor as they want. realistically, they'll try and compress everyone. Asai is going to be sat inside of Dirt Tunnel now, and the keeper barrier is reinsuring that position. The bees go out. Kenny does fall in that moment. That will be inside a Dirt Tunnel, and Wolves in a very good position for the very first time, third time of asking, be solid on this defense. The bees going out. Lots of information on Lasmo. I don't think it's going to be an easy one. Goyo counter burns away, but Oscar finds that trade in tunnel, and this could be an opening for ITB. 40 seconds is a lot of time to work with, and this pressure in blue is going to be agonizing. Spots the Grim, and Creeds wins that fight. This is the lifeline that ITB needed. Oscar is left in DBNO, though an aggressive push, stuck with utility, and Deadshot Mowgli fire off. Leave it all down to Noah in 1 versus 3.
Tough spot for the Swede to be in right now. You know that there's one player playing on box. Your down teammate's not really there to be raised, and Mowgli will get 2 more on the round. 3-3 half. All in all, I think that ITB will be pretty disappointed after the start that they had, that it was a 3-3 half. But for Wolves, I feel like it's par for the course on club. 3-3, nothing really either side will be too disappointed with. The big question now is, are Wolves going to be effective on their attacks? This is ITB's map pick. This is map number 1 of a best of 3. And remember, Esports World Cup spot is on the line.
We will see. For the 4th time on this map, the basement will be played, and this time it will be ITB at the helm of the defensive setup going into it. I'm very curious to see what Wolves do to bring this out. Lineup-wise, it's almost identical, just the addition of, I believe, the buck on the hands of Deadshot. So there's the only difference in terms of lineup that what we're seeing, and that will be subbed out for that Dokkaebi. So ITB, strong defense, strong attack. Wolves, though, get themselves level, 3-3 split. Nothing really separate these teams yet.
No, it's been as good a game as I was hoping for. Remember that you'd look back historically and people would say Wolves would be the favourite. Obviously, with a couple of roster changes, Bibu no longer being here, Shinka as well. They are big losses for the Wolves side, but so far, I've been pretty impressed by Asa. Asa going 9-4 is having a hell of a game, but maybe those roster changes, maybe there wasn't enough time for Wolves to get fully prepared for this. You don't know how many scrims they've had with this iteration, so ITB's consistency might just give them the upper hand here on their defense.
All if buts and maybes for the time being, though, until we see how this opening round does play out. Thatcher being brought out from the side of Wolves, that will make things so much easier. The can opener of the hands of Grim. Mowgli does get that established. Noah, a little bit more pressure arising from him. Of course, he can use those magnets to get himself more reinforced. And a C4 from Azza is absolutely perfect. It will find the opening pick. We do lose that buck, and Deadshot is no longer available for Wolves. So good start so far for the defense of ITB. Nice little bit of tech there, not fall off the roof. And oh, ITB just need to coast this round out. Don't extend, don't make mistakes. Do not give their pick up for free.
Yeah, it's a good start for them. The buck is gone, so verticality will be not too difficult to make when you consider the fact they still have Ram, who can set out the gadgets, and as you can see, a ton of verticality created already in the corridor. Kenny with the C4 in his hand as well. Does he realize there's 2 attackers getting ready to walk on in, and he could get himself a lot of value off the back of this one. There's the hatch open now. He'll be forced to fall back. But 1:26 to go. Numbers still in the favor of ITB, but Wolves going through that checklist.
Find this pressure now for Wolves. They need to get this next pick to go their way. They'll send out the bees. Mowgli's got that utility to work with. They'll send it to the opening on that triple wall in church to look for any players. Perhaps not. Thinking better of it to save the 4 hives remaining. The main execution. Sending one out there. In the predicted position behind that countertop. P4 in Dirt Tunnel as well, waiting patiently. Just under a minute to work with. He'll find some damage. He'll walk to that barbed wire, taking 10 damage for free. Mowgli gets one of his own, traded off by Kenny. Asai gets 1, that's Kenny off the board. Kaid doesn't last too long, and P4 gets his 1. 35, advantage with Wolves. ITB need to find something, need a reply soon. It needs to happen. Noah finds it, needs to make one more happen, but Lesbo's there for it.
Post-plant situation now. It's all down to Creeds, one of the spin twins. Keys the case, gets himself a 1, but now you know the last attacker is going to be above. Don't really think that you can long arm this one. An angle should be available here for the attacking side. He's trying to bait the peak. Dance here, a very technical dance between these two sides. See which one will be the first to make a mistake with what, 13, 12 seconds to try to get the kill and the case. This is a round win for Wolves.
There's nothing really Creeds can do in this moment. He'll try and stick it, but it is just hopeful optimism perhaps that he could find a moment there, but doesn't line up for him, and that will be an offensive round for Wolves. They now lead for the very first time in this series as well. I mean, ITB, it was close. You know, Noah finding that pick, the all-important one as well. Got caught in that crossfire from bottom main stairs. You just got to feel very narrow margins between these sides. Still not over yet in Gym Bedroom. Called up now from ITB. It was the most effective site that Wolves played on their defense. Will we see that story replicated here for the Into the Breach?
Well, Basement's been played 4 times and it's only been won once by the defending side, so all in all, change of location is not the worst idea in the world. So, first thing to point out, well, usually I would point this out when you've got a castle playing on the site in particular. You're going to castle off gym window, castle off that door, in towards elbow. The point in that being, you can enable someone to bandit trick or kite, but of course none of those operators are being brought by the defensive side. But it still causes a conundrum with it, because if they open up that main breach, or that jacuzzi breach, they still can't see into gym. You're forcing utility usage, and you're forcing attackers into corridors where the fights would suit the defenders.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
Not gonna lie, I did zone out a little bit there, Gibby. I was taking notes.
Yap. You just heard the yapping.
I did. It was like just I just heard yap 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 from you. So
Poor behavior.
I know. I'm sorry. Listen, Gibby. Listen, Gibby. You've got some energy drink flavored gum to give to me next time I see you, and that will definitely make sure I listen to everything you say.
Oh, you'll be hearing colours, mate. So that'll be the castle barricades being opened now by Habana. Pretty handy to have that operator when you're going to that. But the real question for Wolves is, where's that opening pick going to come? They've got a lot of pressure on Jacuzzi here already with Zof there too. I think they're going to, as soon as they open this breach, I think they're going to Zof open that bathroom wall as well. Or maybe not.
I like, Gibby, right, stop making predictions. They were probably gonna do it, and then like they're like, oh wait, hold up. No, it was like a whisper in the wind, and they're like, oh, maybe not. Back off that one. I wouldn't like that approach as well, though. I mean, again, going aggressive off that breach is a great way to upset the flow and rhythm of a defensive team. Cause a little bit of chaos, and in those moments, you can find greatness. P4 just waiting for the opportune moment. Likely his team on drones going in that key information for him. Exothermic charge has been deployed. They'll open that one up, and they should get this for free. Send out that storm, but it's Oscar finding 2! Are you kidding me, ITB? What a play, and Wolves thought they could be slick with it. Shut down in a matter of seconds. What a play from Into the Breach.
He got 2 of them with 1 spray. And this is the thing. Wolves were like, this is genius. We're going to breach, and we are going to sprint into the breach. But they're playing into the breach, and that'll work for them. They get 1, they get the double with Oscar. He ended up getting a triple on the round, but the sides are level once more at 4 rounds apiece. Great plan from Wolves, but every good plan can be ruined by a good player, and that's exactly what Oscar was able to do. Whip it. That's a fun one. Now the real question is going to be, which of these sides is going to take the advantage of that last round?
Alright, if I'm ITB, that's you know what, that's a get out of your desk and scream in celebration. If you're at LAN, that is, you're fist bumping so hard that someone's hand might break, because you just shut down a very aggressive and very dangerous play from Wolves, just like that. In the blink of an eye, that push was dead. There was nothing they could do from that initial flurry, leaving themselves in 4 versus 1. But for ITB, that's just going to be, we continue as is. For Wolves, that's a massive blow to morale. They thought they were going to be able to pull one quick, and now their advantage is neutralized yet again. They go level. ITB, can they get themselves back in the lead?
That is the big question to be answered. Now, getting breaches open should be pretty easy for the attacking side. You've got Thatcher, you've got Thermite, you've got the can openers and Ace. So I see there should be nothing that ITB can really do to get this done. They'll open up... Uh-oh. I was going to say they'll open up bottom garage, but without that being opened... Yeah, there you go, Sophia. A little bit better using those impacts to do it instead. But here we go. Here's the push, and they open it up on both sides at the same time, meaning that the trick cannot work.
I think Oscar might have had maybe just enough time there. They weren't perfectly synced up and maybe milliseconds off, but I think it's better to be safe than sorry if you're ITB in this position, so he will fall away. That breach has been opened up, and now immediately the defense is reading into that likely pressure arriving from construction's side. A second bit of hard breach utility now used. You know that wall is clear, so you may as well make it an easy access point. Exothermic charge has been opened up, and the drone still on Logi gives them a wide variety of information, knowing that they can begin the work of probe from that. Bodies dropping off balcony already, and that will be the likely intent to get some pressure in construction, as well as clear the one player lurking up on side of rafters.
Minute and 40 seconds to go now. They'll open up inside of Secret, or Adam as some people like to call it now, in that position to just make it sure that no defenders can rotate around there. This is the maze they have to solve though. All those Kiba barriers with 2 players playing inside of rafters means that they can work as a tandem. So if any pressure comes on the Azami, that's where the Goyo would need to peek. So both these players need to make sure that they don't peek unnecessarily and they peek in sync. Here comes the push. Azami steps a little bit further over, and the Kiba barrier thrown once more, but most importantly still alive. Peeks, gets stunned, isn't going to be able to get the kill this time around, but Kenny is there to get that one, as the kill will go to Mobley. Another stun grenade thrown, but the player's not really in the position to take advantage of it.
That Goyo counts to the top of the stairs as well, a massive benefit for this team. When they find too much pressure, or Kenny's can no longer cover, you can pop that. They're going to try and charge in! Finding 1, finding 2. A DB and O left, that's going to be a sigh. It's going to be pressure now arriving. The Lona's army up top. Player down in server, they know someone's lurking all the way down in B. Caught for the breach, Lasmo finding 2 in the round. And ITB, a little bit stressed now. One body, they'll hear that prone, they should get that confirmation. They'll see the leg. Not deciding to take that. Yeah, he's going to wait a little bit. They don't know he's so close. That player has no eyes. No information. It's going to be a freebie from Oscar. Absolute masterclass. Needs to win more and more to the breach. He's left alone as Deadshot finds it. Pistol. He needs to find it. Gets one. Needs a second. Surely not Oscar. Play the time. No. Deadshot gets it done for Wolves.
Why did he peek? He didn't need to peek. Oh, brilliant play from Deadshot to win it out in the end, but Oscar almost pulled off a hell of a play. The fact that he was baiting the down teammate to get the kill on the rafters to hide his position was a genius play. Then he won his one with a player on the breach, but with just 2 to 3 seconds left on the clock, he got a bit too aggressive. And Wolves take the lead once more. 5-4 the score, and this game is a hell of a lot more competitive than what we saw in our previous matchup.
I think all 12 rounds might be needed between these teams. We go back to the basement now. 5th time we've seen this site played. Who can find success here? Wolves got it last time on the offense. ITB's defense just wasn't able to hold the line. Will we see that again? Lineup-wise, nothing to stand out to me. The big thing will be the addition now of Creeds on that Warden. No Ying in play. Not a lot of flashbangs to work with either, and I do enjoy the fact that P4 is swapped onto that Thatcher. It will make things so much easier considering the prevalency we've seen of that Kaye played by Kenny so far, meaning that those extra thermic, those back pocket hard breach utility in the hands of Mowgli are going to be much more effective getting those hatches when they get that opportunity control. And Noah extended upstairs inside of rafters on Garage. I wonder, do Wolves know about this potential threat so close?
They have to drone it out, right? It's part of your ABCs of Clubhouse is to drone out the top floor when you're trying to take basement control, and that's exactly what it looks like they're going to do, is they move most of their players up to the roof to clear this map floor by floor. Now, as you said, Noah could just be a problem if he doesn't get droned out, but as I said, I don't think that they'll fall into that trap of mis-droning the rafters player. But 45 seconds gone, and as we can see, not very much has happened. Footsteps will be heard.
Entryway made, the entrance through that jacuzzi wall, straight out towards Jim. We see those silhouettes of ITB players in that light blue lurking upstairs. First trick happens, that's down the Kenny on that Kaid. The boogie drone sent in to rip up those floorboards in kitchen. and try and maneuver these players around to likely open up this avenue as well, just on top of main stairs. And now there's not a lot of safety inside of sight, especially above that B chassis to work with for ITB. But again, so routine to deal with that pressure. Mowgli and Lounge will hear these two players' footsteps so tantalizingly close to him. He'll call support arriving inside of blue. A very dangerous angle, and that's going to be Mowgli getting one for free. Azure extends it, no information, and will pay the ultimate price for it. Just over a minute left to work with. An early advantage now for Wolves, 5 versus 4.
No clue that that's where the player was. Mowgli will pick up what is essentially a free kill for a player of his caliber. Still that blue silhouette inside of rafters, as Deadshot now will begin looking to clear the map to see if there's anyone roaming around this map. Oh, there you go. There's the yellow ping. They know exactly where he is, and Noah will find himself one. Noah almost gets the second on the Deadshot, but Deadshot will keep in the game. 3 versus 4 now. Buck can begin creating verticality, but has enough time been wasted by ITB?
ITB would have wanted another 10-15 seconds burnt away, but Noah does his job by just wasting any time at all upstairs. 30 seconds, and well, Wolves might have one more player. The time begins to compress this round into a mad scramble. 25 to work with, and they got so much control, but Moto Hatch has not opened up, and they finally opened up blue, but that might be a red herring to try and draw eyes of ITB away from the vocal point of this push, arriving from that kitchen hatch. Crossfire held from bottom main. Critical for this as the timer dawns red. One player drops a trade up for Creeds, so critical. Oscar getting one the dead shot. ITB might be able to hold the line. Case should go down, 000s here, but P4 and Lasmo get the job done in the final embers of that round. ITB has got to feel they had one more player alive. They could have made that one stick, and Wolves will take victory on the 5th time we've seen the defensive team pick the basement site.
Yeah, basement's not been a fun place for both of these teams today. Only one defensive round won so far on basement, and now Wolves are one round away from a map advantage in this best of 3 series. ITB are going to go to Gym Bedroom. Last time we were here, we saw the Wolves push where they all try to just sprint through that jacuzzi breach, and ITB were perfectly set up for it. This time, they've made some changes to the lineup. This time, they're bringing Mira instead of the castle, and they're bringing the bandit as they look to keep that jacuzzi wall solid a little bit longer. So the last time they baited the push, Wolves will essentially, or you expect them to go for a different approach on this attack. And when you look at the lineup straight away with it, with the Thatcher's a good call. You've got the Thermite, you've got the Ace. They've got the setup they need to put pressure on the site from all sides.
Very well-rounded lineup from Wolves, as you mentioned. Again, last time out on this site, they tried to go very aggressive from that main jacuzzi breach in combination with the drop from Logi. Didn't work out. Very quickly shut down by Oscar with his SMG-11 lurking in bathroom. Likely not to see a same story yet again from Wolves. Rush like that is often just a pocket strategy, trying to catch your opposition off guard. They'll go things more step by step this time. P4 on that Thermite moving around the map, positioning himself in a position likely to go for that main jacuzzi breach just after this wall is opened up. And right there, they now know a bandit trick's lurking. I think they might decide to call this off. They'll open up the single wall in construction, deny that rotation away quite possibly. A lot of denial already, just those vital seconds draining away. They have an extra threat to deal with as that bandit inside of server. Breach of jacuzzi is opened up, so that's the first major part of that checklist established from Wolves, and done in a timely fashion too.
It's a little bit better again from Wolves on the clock, and there's that rotation that we spoke about that has now been cut off as well. So if you're in CCTV cache and you're a defender, getting back to site becomes that little bit more difficult. They've got drones inside rafters. They've got plenty of flank drones. Do Wolves as they look to identify where these ITB players are. And as you can see by the silhouettes, Azure and Noah are the players that are at risk of being cut off, with Creeds, Kenny and Oscar still locked in sight. But that smoke from Oscar, if he can stay alive late into the round, can really slow down this Wolves push.
First set of hives deployed at this moment. 3 in total to try and buy that space. The ping is good. Mowgli's reaction sharp to find Noah. first to fall on the side of ITB in this round, remember. Map point advantage here for Wolves. And ITB did choose to come to the clubhouse. That was their option. Perhaps it might be them digging their own grave, it feels. Under a minute to work with. ITB need to find one player back. They've patched up Logi, and that's a good decision. But a large variety of hard breach utility is still available, and they'll open up that angle. That's a new threat to deal with. They'll do it yet again. One high, one low. Difficult for ITB to solve, and they know exactly where that player's going to be lurking.
Oh, you know there's somebody there, but with Logi hatch not open yet, it means that you've got to take on that gunfight a little bit more of a one-on-one style. Still keeping an eye on all those drones. As you can see, Garage is still clear, but we're into the last 25 seconds. The execute has to come. Line of sight has been established as Oscar spots the player on the window, with the C4s ready as well. Azur gets his one, but Ace is there to trade it back. Creeds will take down Lasmu, but there is Asa once more. A double for him on the round. Player on the window. Asa gets a triple. P4 wins it out, and Wolves will take the first map. And well, I've not seen much of Asa Whip, but what a game he has just put together on Clubhouse. Huge performance from the newbie.
From the opening round as well, being the lifeline for the team that they couldn't quite convert, to opening up that round. A massive performance from the new player to this Wolves roster as well. But Wolves played exceptionally well, and ITB did test them going into it. Now, we did mention that Wolves just a little bit the favourites coming into this one, especially after how strong they dismantled G2 yesterday. ITB did show their class, a great opening half from them, especially on those basement attacks, showing how clinical they can be. Just didn't work out. They couldn't convert those rounds, especially on their defense. And unfortunately, their map pick goes in favor of Wolves.
Remember, ITB were 3-1 up on the attack at one point. They came out of the gates swinging. But what a comeback from Wolves. They just stuck to their game. Asa was able to find those kills over and over and over again. Look, it's a new look Wolves. I know people don't like change, but Asa has certainly made a case for the reason him being added to the team in that last matchup. So, one map away now from the Esports World Cup are Wolves, as they look to become the second French team to qualify for the international event. Or can ITB pull it back on our next map? Wolves will be playing on Banquet, but the map where we saw BDS dominate a little bit earlier. Will we see another French team back it up?
I certainly think so. Listen, Wolves went to that map for a reason, and they definitely are going to have a lot of momentum after a strong performance closing out Clubhouse. But we'll have a quick little break before Bank, and after that, we'll see who can book their ticket to Riyadh.
$60 million!
You've been seeing that a lot, right? What does it all mean, though? Here's my friend Alex Machine Richardson to help explain.
So, 60 mil, 20 tournaments, 8 weeks. You probably already know. But how does a club prove themselves to be the very best in the world? That is where the Esports World Cup Club Championship comes in.
The Club Championship is where things really heat up. $20 million awarded to the top 16 clubs, with the newly crowned best club in the world awarded an astonishing $7 million.
Wait, so how does that actually work?
It's simple. We've got 20 tournaments. In each tournament, the top 8 teams get awarded points towards their club championship total. The higher you place, the more points you get. Now, these points are worth the same in all titles, so it is important to not put all of your eggs in one basket. But it's important to remember that the club champion needs to win at least one individual game tournament.
Nice. So we'll probably be seeing clubs trying to qualify across a range of games to have the best chance of getting their hands on $7 million.
Yeah, man. There's your incentive. More clubs across more games, more competition.
And so the race begins. This summer, we will crown the best esports club in the world.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup qualifiers here for Rainbow Six Siege. It is Gibson joined by Whippet, and we have just seen another French team winning the opposition's map pick. Does that sound familiar with Bank being the decider?
Oh, well, listen, if we're going to follow trends, it certainly is looking that way so far. ITB were valiant showing on their map choice of Clubhouse, but I think Wolves just overwhelmed them a little bit, especially on that second half. But it isn't over yet. ITB are a very well regimented, very adaptable team, so we'll see how that one goes. Of course, it isn't over till it's over, but Wolves did play very well. The new pickups as well having a massive impact for this team, and a great showing for them being able to be the backbone of this team coming into as that new player. But Gibby, tell you what though, these French sides we've seen so far, BDS and Wolves, certainly playing more exciting than the national team in the Euros.
Well, so to be honest, I'd say that ITV pretty much lived up to the performances of their national side as well. So all is pretty. All is
Gibson,
pretty.
take that back. Take that back right now. No.
I refuse.
I am not letting you compare Kangaroo Kenny to Gareth Southgate. No, absolutely not.
But one thing I will say is the new talent that we're seeing coming through for these teams is incredible. Like Asa was unbelievable. Lasmu had some great moments on the role that he was playing in that last matchup. I think one of the sad things about the new Siege ecosystem is you don't really see as much of the up and coming talent as you might have seen a few years ago. But Asa's definitely caught my eye, and let's not be wrong with it, but the decision to drop Shinka and Bibu is not an easy one to make, and Wolves made that decision, and it looks like based on that, I know it's just a single performance we've seen, but those two players look really, really good as we finish up the ban phase.
Yeah, I mean, the ban phase, as you were mentioning, is Flores, Monty, Kayi, Tubarao. Nothing too kind of exceptional for this coming up for either team. It's Bank. I don't imagine we're going to go too far off the beaten path for our bans. Monty, one that makes a lot of sense to me, can be very difficult to deal with. One thing I will say, defensively, Valkyrie is going to be in play. Kenny does don that. That might force teams to pick up an IQ a little bit more often. Lasmu's 6-pick, or not 6-pick, just swapped on to it there a little bit. 6-pick is never going to get out of my head, no matter what. I'm always going to say that.
Yeah, there's people watching this who have no clue. There's people watching this who have no clue what you're talking about. So basically, Whippet's talking about once upon a long time ago when you could only change one attacker on the lineup, and it was usually a race between teammates as well, because it was like a timed button press to be able to get it. But every attacker now, of course, is able to change in these lineups. The Flores ban is an interesting one, but I think it's a good one when you think about how much utility that those Rotero drones are able to clear up, the amount of soft destruction that they are able to provide. The curious one for me when we look to this game is how much value Creeds is going to get out of Solace with that P90, because we spoke about it recently. Solace has had a bit of a nerf or a debuff over the course of the last few weeks with that gadget not really having as much range, not lasting as long, and not being able to be used at all in the prep phase.
Yeah, I mean, Solace definitely, I got beaten with hammers a little bit for this one, and it was needed.
It was needed. Solace was a menace.
I approve. Devs saw what Solace was doing to the drone economy and decided, yeah, let's get the hammers out. And I think appropriate change, of course, but still very effective in that mid-round. Again, can act as a conductor of information, seeing where these drones are coming from, being able to act as a kind of a similar way to how Pulse is as well, just a variation of that approach. The OSA down inside of Garage now. Mowgli will put that shield up and have a little bit of extra pressure being cemented by that. The Valkyrie camera on that truck as well being taken out, so they will be blind to that approach. ITB committing bodies upstairs inside of open area office to this roam and forcing Wolves into the dilemma now of do they clear or do they ignore, and I do like this approach from ITV.
Big difference though from Wolves is usually when you see an OSA being used on Bank, it's a server push where you try to get those shields down and you plant directly by the breached wall. This time also taking Garage controls a little bit of a wrinkle to the norm. Now you look at those blue silhouettes. P4 is up on the top floor, really trying to, get as much information, droning, getting those zero cams out. But the question is, sorry, he's not on the top floor, but he's in that little reception. The question is Azur's position known? Because they're about to go head to head. Azur is now spotted, but look at this. ITB light up the kill feed. It's a 3v2 already.
That's a fantastic defense. Just they walked Wolves into the lying trap, and now P4 with 6 HP to his name isn't gonna last too long. Moment he opens up that, or squeezes that trigger, he'll give away his position, and it will be Azure swings around that corner, gets that one locked out, and we do see the opening round go to ITB on the defense here on Bank, and a very clinical round yet again from them. Big question I'm going to say though is ITB have seemingly been a streaky team, that they find a string of rounds back to back and then they begin to fall off in that mid to late stage of a matchup. We saw it a little bit on Clubhouse. Hopefully they can avoid that here again today on Bank. Of course, this is the map choice of Wolves going into it, and ITB did lose the opening map of the series, meaning that if they do let Bank slip between their fingertips, it will be a qualification map for Wolves.
Yeah, but it's a good start for ITB. They needed that. They need to break the serve. You know, I'm going to use that that analogy as often as I can.
Let me guess, yes, because Wimbledon's on, Gibson. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
I can tell what you're watching.
Yeah. I was watching Formula 1, maybe. You know this.
Oh, don't get me started.
Yeah. But anyways, in this game, it's the perfect start to Bank for ITB. Yes, you're on defense. You're expected to win, you know, more defensive rounds than you lose, but after the last matchup, after the way their defenses went on Clubhouse, they needed something steady to get them going here on Bank. The question is, how many defensive rounds are they able to take? Attacking lineup, very similar actually to what we saw in the previous game, BDS. Mowgli will be the one utilizing Deimos to try get information and win 1v1s, and look at this weapon, like a shot. He's already inside the map.
Very aggressive initial probing attack, relying on the rest of the team to get those red pings and identify Hoss. Oh, it's gonna be nearly a freebie. Reducing Oscar to just 29 HP. Does show his hand, however. Forced to fall back just a little bit, but a very good early amount of damage done. Consider that an investment into the later rounds. Oscar will not be keen to take aggressive fights. He has been able to win time and time again. Of course, Deimos has that death mark available. Relying on that drone network being solid enough to find the 3 remaining defenders. Still undetected the Deimos' HUD.
Now, there's another silhouette right beside that window as well, and surely the voices, he's on a drone, the hotpoint's bound to come, it's going to get traded straight away. But down goes the case, down goes Asa, who was the most disruptive player in the first matchup between these two sides. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go, but that's a trade. You're probably going to take that one every day.
You definitely are. Logic bombs ring out, handed out by P4. One for everybody in the audience for ITB. Once again, Mowgli charging in, looks to be aggressive with this. Not using death mark yet, but it looks like for the most part that Wolves have control of that top floor. Rappelling down in lobby, often dangerous, but they know they've got the drone network to support that decision. Deadshot gets that control. Mowgli does get one. Finding Oscar later in the round than he would have wanted, but finally getting his revenge. Shuts him down. Smoke, the only detected player. Noah vulnerable to that death mark. I do wonder if the Deimos of Mowgli will decide to use that utility. 60 seconds remaining in this round. Advantage numerically sits with Wolves.
Remember, those cameras can be gotten as well. They've got IQ to get the information, and you've got Dokkaebi, who is able to get access to those defender cameras if you're able to access one of the dead bodies of the opposition side. Mowgli pushing up very close to that small office. Rotate now. Smoke at the ready for Noah as he tries to prevent them pushing in through that double door. Now, I think that's thrown a bit too early with it. You know, the fact that there is BPs there, or those, you know, metal detectors can feed that information. But look at this. Kenny under a lot of pressure in the middle of open area, but still standing on his feet.
Might find that pressure rising with the longer you can live is just going to disrupt the flow and make Wolves a little bit uneasy with that one. Mowgli's good for it, and that C4 shot out mid-air. Great reaction time from Deadshot, leaving it all down to 3 versus 1. Noah, the last man standing. That BP should give some critical information, but the cover needs to be good. The case should go down. 000s here. Can't deny it yet, and, well, Noah will find one. 2 more to go. 50 HP left to work with. He'll likely predict the player on the lower set of staircase on marble. Can't waste too much time. That diffuser goes critical soon. There's those flashbangs. Fully blinded. Have to force a retreat at this moment. Might catch a player rotating away. He'll show his hand with a single squeeze of that trigger. He looks to make one single tap, but he looks the wrong way. P4 swings out wide. Wolves get themselves around and draw us level.
Yeah, and that's a pretty good bounce back or rebuttal by the side of Wolves to make that 1 round apiece. So now we go to round 3. Halfway is almost through the defensive half for ITB. Top floor will be the defensive site of choice this time around. Defensive lineup has been locked in. A lot of offensive utility has been utilized. You know, we're seeing stuns being thrown aplenty, so I think the Warden pick probably a pretty good one being brought out by the side of Creed. But the big one for me is the information game that ITB are trying to play now. You've got those 3 Maestro cams. You've got those 3, you know, bulk cams as well. Not to mention the Malusi guys. It's all of these things, along with the motion detectors in the pocket of Wamai, is going to feed a lot of information towards ITB. The big important thing with that Whippet is not giving away easy picks and being able to utilize that information correctly. You know, don't go chasing stuff that's not there.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Gibson. I feel like there's going to be a lot of tension in this matchup going into ITB. I think a side that realistically for them need to get this done in this matchup, and what a scalp to take if they can get victory over Wolves. Of course, for either of these teams, victory here, or defeat here I should mention, is not the end of the road to make it to the Esports World Cup. They do have one more chance tomorrow in a best of 3 against Team Secret, and a side that no team will likely want to face up against with the recent run of form. Although BDS did make quick work of them in a 2-0 fashion. Early days still in round number 3 here, and a drone sending it straight in the garage. The P4 will likely take this control rapidly, and will do so. They'll send, and that's going to be a threat for anyone who might walk up those marble stairs, but still cautious of his time, working solo with it. Very risky to leave your Soul Hard Breacher all alone to do this job, but the AK-12 certainly a tool that you can fall back on. And Mowgli, who does hear that player down below, and Azur shut down. He was actually in garage just for that pinch onto Azur. Wolves read that perfectly, get themselves the opening pick, and no trade for ITB. And they find themselves in deep water early here on Bank.
That's just great knowledge of how Into the Breach like to play, to hunt that player nice and early, get that pick with what? 1:10? Well, there was actually probably just over 1.5 left in the round when they're able to find that opening pick. So, great job by them. They've got the numerical advantage. The Valk is gone. That means the C4 is now no longer in play on the side of ITB as well, which just makes the execute that a little bit easier. The next thing, the next plan, if I were in the shoes of Wolves, would be to deal with that shield by CCTV, and Buck does have the Gone 6 that can be utilized to clear it.
Big thing for Wolves now is going to be that risk mitigation. You do not want to overextend and get yourself picked off for a freebie. You need to find those trades. Doing that utility with that nade as the Salma charges ring off, and that might bait a peak. Kenny bites off a little bit more than he would have wanted from that, and this execution arriving, but that's going to be Creed's. Asai shut down, flanked from the side of Jenny. The hatch opened up, and Creed's will lose his second engagement of this. 2 in the round now for Mowgli. 4 versus 3. Advantage with Wolves. The case is cold. They didn't get that second talent shield down either, so a little bit of a difficult position. And they're out of phasing so far. Players still in that window. 1 down below. That will be Mowgli. 30 seconds. ITB not out of the fight yet.
Kenny's position. He's on a soft wall. They get information again, but Noah's there to take down P4. It's a 3v3. The attempted trade is there. Kenny goes down. It's a triple for Lasmu. We're down to a 2v2. Impact thrown, a little bit of a bait and switch, but Lasmu was ready. And now they've only got 9 seconds left. They've got information. That's a ton of damage done, but Whippet, is the clock going to hit 000? No, it's not. Lasmu will round off an excellent round by the Grim. And it is just Wolves starting to stretch out their lead. And this is oh so similar to the previous game on Bank we saw between BDS and Secret.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit closer from this. I think Wolves and ITB on this map, a little bit of a tighter matchup. That was a difficult round for Wolves to solve. We see that play going down behind that Talon shield. The fact that they got caught out by the player in Jani was a little bit, kind of forced them out of phase a little bit. Noah gets that one pick, which is massive for his team to get back to a very advantageous player count. Just unfortunate that second peek, I believe, from Creeds, from Jani onto that window didn't work out his way. Narrow margins between these teams, but Wolves just able to edge it out yet again. ITB opting for the basement site second time. We'll go here. You see a Vigil in play, and Azza has decided to dom that Boss G. The very effective weapon, as we mentioned, popularised during the Manchester Major by Beast Coast. Used it to great success, where we see that again in play from ITB this time.
They've ruined ranked. Whenever you have a good game of ranked, it's just somebody's going to bring the Boss G and ruin it for everybody. Yeah, it was. Who won't of course be at EWC, because Beast Coast have been eliminated at the hands of Sonics. So there won't be any incredible finish for Fett, who, let's give him credit. Fett was an incredible coach. Honestly, so entertaining as a fan of Siege to see how he interacted with his players, but of course, no longer a coach in Siege. He's gone off to work, I believe someone said, in the engineering world. But that's a big loss for Beast Coast. That hangover from the Major definitely impacting them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you mentioned that there are other qualifiers happening, or actually today, tomorrow. It's going to be a busy weekend of Siege, North America, Japan, all finding their representatives to it. 3 American teams, 3 European teams, a single Japanese team will make it, and I'm very excited, hoping it will be calculated. But of course, if you didn't catch or didn't see on social media, of course, the bracket for North America, it's going to be tomorrow on the streamed games. It will be DZ Sonics versus DZ versus Sonics, and Luminosity versus New Look SSG, with Benja among their ranks. We see some action early as Azza will get one onto Mowgli. They drop away. Player left in DBNO. That will be Deadshot. Azami will likely try to fall away at that position. A wise decision made by Noah. Just presence alone will be enough to disrupt this, and I think that yellow ping does indicate that they know that player has retreated all the way back towards site. Deadshot should be a safe recovery.
That was a beautiful synchronized drop from both of the teams through the hatches. Only Wolves were the ones that came off worst. Buck got downed as well, but back on his feet with 20 HP to play the rest of this round with, and that becomes a problem when you think about the impact that the smoke is going to have with the Maestro cams, all of them able to eke away damage at the Buck without putting yourself at risk. So it's really important that they get a lot of value out of that Twitch drone. You're looking at those Goyo canisters being the main thing that they'll be able to deal with. But this is pretty good for ITV so far in this round.
This is the best start that they've had in a very long time, realistically, and they get themselves an early pick, a DBNO, which Deadshot has been recovered from, but that leaves him on only 20 HP, so a single round will be enough to shut him down. Noah will find himself pressured from Service Tunnel. That one player drops. Noah gets a critical pick there. Will find himself traded off, but they still keep that advantage all down his finding of P4. Knocking on the door now and some free damage taken away. Still to make this breach, but they have plenty of time to work it, Gibby. Just under 40 seconds now. Drones go out. There's Evil Eyes. Could be a massive factor, but the blind spot here as they try and stick this one out. This case might go down a side. Should we get this one? No one's watching. ITB caught napping and no the TK. Oh, a calamity down in server. But ITB still need to swarm for this retake, and 2 players watching hatches. Difficult positions to fight against, and look at this. A nasty angle held by Deadshot. He only has 20 HP, but that's enough to find Oscar. Great work from him, and now Wolves have a great position to win this post plan.
2v3 now, and Buck hears the audio above as they go all the way to the top floor, but Deadshot will find another one. It's a 2v2. Wolves get themselves in a position where they really can win this round. 3 seconds to get to that case. There's the smoke canister. They're on the case. The drop is there. Lasmu gets himself a double in the final few shots. What a round from the other newbie of this roster. We give Asa the Flyers in map 1. What a start to map 2 Lasmu has had.
Absolutely fantastic so far, growing the advantage that Wolves hold over into the breach by 2 rounds now. They lead 3-1 moving into the 5th round, and no timeout called just yet for ITB. Staff in the open will be the side of choice here. Can they survive what has been a ruthless and relentless offensive split from Wolves?
defused by attackers.
Only time can tell from this one, but for ITB, time to throw a tourniquet on and stop the bleeding. Just feels like it's a difficult day in the office yet again.
Wolves are so impressive though, like, honestly, like I said it before in the last map, the decision to drop Bibu and Shinka was not an easy one. Like when you think about how good Bibu had been for this roster for years, obviously, even back before they flew under the Wolves banner, and Shinka as well has been in the scene a long time. But Lilun and the team made the decision to change it up. They brought in Asa, who has been incredible. Lasmu has also really lit it up over this matchup, and I think the most impressive thing is how quickly they've been able to put it together, because it takes time to change players, particularly when the changes are so, you know, the player styles are so different to what Bibu and Shinka were.
I mean, it's a difficult one, obviously, when you have, like, especially Bibu, a massive fan favourite, a long-standing member of the French community as well. Dropped off the team. Big shoes to fill, not just in terms of performance, but of course in terms of just a fan reaction. Doing a great job so far, being a critical attribute for this side that's getting them closer and closer, earning their key for the Esports World Cup. Hopefully it's not crushed too early if they do make it there. Spotting out that pressure close towards that window. Or that balcony door, I should say. Wolves, once again, still probing ITB. You just gotta feel maybe a risk-adverse ITB needs to arrive here. They can't concede that opening pick yet again.
They've done it so many times, and any round ITB has one seems to be explosive ones, but it's not really gone their way at all. You look at the lineup as well, plenty of 3 and 2 armors on the side of ITB, which will give them that little bit extra HP, but if Wolves continue to hit headshots like they've been doing, it will not matter. Asa with the case, playing on Ace, looking at how they can approach open air. Now, when you see Ace in this position, you think, get the breach open, and then get that quad wall open in some degree as well to give you an angle in towards open area. But Whip it, look at the position of P4. He's again just waiting for someone from ITB to overextend.
Just a game of patience right now. No one wants to give anything up so far. I think Wolves making the right choice, just taking their time. Perhaps expecting ITB to be a case of a wounded animal when they might be most dangerous now. And there's one, a great example of that. It's going to be Oscar finding 2. What a moment. And Wolves might be wounded now in this round. Very quickly, this game can turn around. A quick drop now straight on the side. P4 and a side finding a trade back to level. Right away, Kenny retorts. Advantage now back with ITB. He needs to find one more to really cripple this attack from Wolves, and he's done so. Last move alone. Finds one above. Now needs to win a 1 versus 2. Case is down. Time, pressure, all with ITB. But it won't be enough, and even time for a res. Kenny with the deagle gets the job done. And ITB reduced the deficit to only 1 round.
Look at the margins though, 4 HP for Oscar, and Azami was downed. Lasmu almost won that, but ITB winning a critical round. It ain't pretty, but it's still a round win, and it keeps ITB hanging on in there. A 3-3 half has to be the target for them. Wolves have been exceptional so far, but credit ITB, they've hung in there. But this is a critical round. You feel that if Wolves have a 4-2 half on the attack, they'll see this one out on defense here on bank. ITB, on the other hand, I think you used the word streaky a little bit earlier. I think it's really true with the way they play, like patchy, streaky. Sometimes you see them do incredible things. Sometimes you're thinking, what is the kind of thought process between what they're doing? This is a vital round. Play it safe, play it calm, good structured siege, and just use as much of the time as you possibly can to force Wolves to be the ones that make the mistakes.
Keep it simple, stupid. It's a very good moniker to live by at times. But ITB, that round is going to be a rejuvenation moment from them. Oscar finding what a cracking opening. Nitro Cell from the floor boys and swinging out wide to win the fight in square. Supreme individual talent to make that one work. And then a great round from Kenny, again sticking, being a solid anchor on the side, again showing that ITB, while they are 2 rounds down, they're not out of this fight yet. Can they claim victory on the map pick of Wolves? Round 6, very important for them. If they can get level into the half, they give themselves the best position. Nullifies the early gains that Wolves made in this round, or in this matchup. So let's see how this one plays out. ITB have been massively successful when they find an opening. Can they do it again?
They need to get that opening pick, as you said. It's been vitally important to any success that they have had whatsoever. Wolves have been so good at being able to work out where these, easy kills are at the start of rounds, but that's great from Oscar once more, getting the kill onto Asa. And I think you and I, from day one, massive fans of Oscar. Really good to see him finally getting a proper go at tier 1. But he's been as streaky as anybody on ITV so far.
Yeah, well, he's starting to warm up though, that's the thing. Noah Creed's finding one a piece of their own as is being traded off in the distance. Selmas go off, it might act as a distraction to give Mowgli an invitation, but shut down by Kenny. And ITB are all the way back, it seems. P4 alone, up against 4, Noah shuts him down. And well, they're all the way back. Won't be an easy road ahead, but just like that, they found a way to bounce back. Didn't even need their tactical timeout. Didn't need that reset with Kangaroo Kenny. Got it done by themselves. Great character on this team. Grit, determination, they've got it all. But can they do it now on the offensive side? Wolves deciding to go to the basement first side out.
Big round for ITB. We saw Wolves come out of the traps on the attack, but ITB stemmed the bleeding long enough to get a level side. They're going to be on the defense now, and straight away we're seeing 2 players go to get the hatches and a 3rd rotating up to that top floor. Big thing to keep an eye on here for Wolves, the Whippet, is Castle is being brought on bank, and not only is Castle being brought, we're seeing recruits in action as well. Now we know that they've got, what is it, Impact and Barbed Wire is what's being brought by recruit.
Impact, Barbed Wire, Super Shorty, and a Commando. Again, you gotta think about it, without that unique individual gadget, the recruit coming into play is just gonna be able to bring a mass variety of that secondary utility. And again, a pretty solid kit with that Commando and Super Shorty. Another shotgun to assist on that site setup might make things a more efficient affair, it seems. Valkyrie cameras going out, trying to expand that information network that Wolves can use to their benefit. ITB do have an IQ in play, that will be Creed's. Very important to find those cameras. Often an overlooked factor, we've seen it too many times in LATAM where IQ maybe misses key utility with that gadget. Drones go out, Kenny spots one at least. Dokkaebi will be a massive benefit to deal with that extended information network in combination. Noah on that Deimos can pinpoint a single player, and there's that first of 2 logic bombs sent out. They're using the IQ on the roof to look for any phones they might see ringing. Getting free information without committing a drone deep to sight.
And it's all that time delay game from Wolves. There's already almost the 1st minute gone. Now this looks pretty familiar to what we saw earlier, but Deadshot finds the opening pick onto Azure. An attempted 1-tap there from Deadshot as well as he looked to double the damage, but will rotate out of Trump. You just feel like for ITB, maybe a little too slow. Beepers going off as more attacker movements have been revealed, but if Deadshot can even get 1 more kill off the back of this, this could be huge for the side of Wolves.
Deathmark arrives and a quicker reaction. Noah with that Vendetta finds one of the Deadshot, and that will be the trade that they so desperately need. Back to level in terms of player count. Looks like Wolves making their rotation back to site, not committing any longer upstairs. For ITB, will they be quick enough to read into that? Second Deathmark was deployed very briefly on the shoulders of Mowgli on that Valkyrie. In that proximity, a Mute Jammer is going to be safe from it. Just over a minute now to work with. ITB have control of the top and middle floor. And they make an execution stick.
They've certainly got the attackers to do it. You can use that call to signal the attack, to get information on the defenders and lock those dead defenders off of the cams. Deimos can be utilized to get that information as well, but time is the problem. There's the castle barricade just putting a little bit of a thorn in the plans of ITB, and now those Goyos will be popped as well. So a long 20-second wait for anything to happen. 35 seconds. Creeds will find one, but there's P4 to trade it back. Still battling away as Oscar on the top floor, but with 25 seconds to go, is there enough?
Well, one more death mark is going to be sent out to try and find one player, but he's going to be able to tuck himself onto that mute jammer. That Vendetta is a nasty weapon to deal with, but this might be an opening. Flashbang sent out, and Oscar will try and stick this case. The cover needs to be pristine from Kenny, and it might be a slow reaction from Wolves. The C4 is just too late. But Asai will get one to Oscar. The case goes down, however. A drop from Noah. Vendetta in hand, but shut down by P4. It's all down to Kenny, and I think, no, the case didn't go down. My correction, 000 arise. And time will slay ITB. Good round from them, but couldn't convert on it. Wolves, though, narrow margins. That case nearly went down.
Oh, and you think about that exact little second of what happened. The shots were missed. I think it was Kenny that missed the player on red who got the kill to the player getting the diffuser down. Do you know what he did get? He shot the C4 out of the sky, but not the player, and that enabled Wolves to take that round. That little miss, it's a game of inches and seconds is Siege, and Wolves win the first round on defense. Change of location now. Top floor will be the spot. These castle barricades are going to be used. Basically what they will do is enable one player to play around long desk or the bomb chassis without worrying about the players on windows being a problem. That enables you to look through the long angle in towards top square. It allows you to keep an eye into sight as well. It also allows you to be cautious of anything happening in and around stock. I'm always a fan of Castle being brought out on this top floor because it just forces a utility bleed. And you look at it with Cali being brought, not the worst counter in the world to those castle barricades.
I was about to call out on that one, actually. And again, the LV Lances are a very versatile set utility. Now, you can do that from range as well. Well, the only thing I'll say about this, the only critique, just the operator in general, is that the clunkiness of that rifle when you get towards medium range. It's a very difficult tool. Now, of course, it is that one shot to the upper body. Will leave you in DBNO no matter what the circumstance is. But it is dangerous. You can't underestimate it. In very talented hands, such as Kenny, it might be very valuable. Just see how this works out. Again, the primary focus of this will be using that lance to clear utility from a distance. Again, there's a mute jammer on that counter wall that will slow down the progress made by Hibana. I think they're detecting that now. The yellow ping is arriving. So again, Kenny is going to have a multi-purpose role in this moment to clear the mute jammers off that wall, as well as act as a pinch for the Echo, who might rotate out of elevator.
Yeah, and you look at the lineup as well. You've got 2-3 armors, which means that a chest shot will not be a down onto them. So it means that you gotta be accurate now if you're Kenny. You gotta hit those heads. You can see that those... Oh, whippet problem. If you use one of those lances now, you're going to destroy those... those pellets that are on the wall. So that's a little bit of a mishap there from ITB.
A small loss of utility there, but Hibana's already rotated away at this moment. So, again, Kanto should remain reinforced. Actually, no, correction there. I believe they've used one of the set of nades, actually, to burn away that position. Perfect. So, unsure where that came from, but that's what they've done. That means that Kenny can now act on that long line of sight denial. But for Wolves, they've not extended anything, and ITB's very distant and probing, looking for that opening pick approach in this round isn't working out because Wolves aren't giving them that opportunity. They're playing very reserved, very risk adverse, and not exposing themselves. You can't get shot in the head if you don't even peek, and that's what we're seeing in this round.
Yeah, now a late rotate. Is that a rotate through garage? Maybe a potential push up those marble stairs really late inside the round. 55 seconds now for ITB to try to find the opening pick, but not a single player has taken a single point of damage to this point. But there we go, a quick trade. Mowgli went out the window, got his one, as both players trade each other out. Are we going to see a skylight repel?
Yeah, we are.
I'm ready for it.
Here it goes. There's a skylight repel. You hear that in the distance. I think Deadshot is able to claim Kenny, who was on that position. Azar will get one. The Deadshot. Asai's going to find Oscar. And ITB left to really scrap it out. It's going to be a bare knuckle brawl. And when the dust settles, it's all down the Creed. An exceptional talent, but against 3 players like P4, it's going to be a difficult war as Wolves claim that round. And they find a little bit of daylight between themselves and ITB.
And Wolves now 2 rounds away from Riyadh as they look to double down on what's been a pretty good day for the French sides so far, as BDS already punched their ticket and Wolves are not far away. This time it'll be staff open area. You look at the lineup, Mira is in play once more. So, remember the last matchup we spoke about Mira being banned? Mira not being banned means we're probably going to see the setup where one of those Mira windows will be looking through quad wall, the other one will be inside janitor, looking towards those double windows, which almost creates, I hate to use that phrase we used years ago, but you know that onion layer defense where first you gotta clear the office, then you gotta clear janitor, then you gotta clear in towards CCTV. But that's what that Mira allows, you know, Wolves to do up on that top row defensively. So I'll be curious to see if that's exactly what Mira will do.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've heard the analogy of the onion peel defense, but it's certainly still applicable again. I mean, that's kind of what I think we are going to see. I think you perfectly described it going into ITB. So far on their offensive rounds, I feel there's been just a little bit of a difficulty in that problem solving. I've liked every idea that they've come up with. The Cali decision was a really good one. It just couldn't convert on that level of creativity. They couldn't make it work. And Wolves, I think strat for strat, round for round, are really making ITB work and making it an uncomfortable experience to do anything and impose their will in this matchup. So it's going to be a difficult one now. Not out of the fight yet. We've seen ITB get themselves back level in the opening half of this match. So can they get a few rounds strung together before Wolves get themselves on qualifying point?
Yeah, well, they're getting a lot of information already on the side. There'll be a nade toss, trying to thread the nade. Oh, what a nade! I was thinking that he might not get
beautiful.
So, for those of you at home, P4 was on his drone, IQ spotted, and he tried to thread the needle through the door, and he hits it. Mowgli, though, will take down Oscar, and should be able to see the res come off here as well, but what a nade that was.
If nades were just a little bit different almost a year ago now, they would have been able to get that confirmation, but Kenny and Creed, or Oscar I should say, get in the action there. Getting ITB in the favourable position, leading by one player, 4 versus 3. Minute 34 still remains in this round. Lots of wounded players though for ITB. Creed on 6 HP, Azur's been recovered to 20. P4 also suffering for that low HP curse, but again, ITB has to be very careful, very select in the engagements they take within this last few minutes, or last minute I should say. Still, good position. Best they've been in for a little while. Can they convert this to a round win?
Well, you look at the HP of 2 of the players, so they need to save some utility to clear any of those Runegates as they get closed, because as you can see, Creeds can't walk through it. Azur can't either. Every single player on ITB has taken a lot of damage. The 2 of the 3 defenders left alive are still sitting pretty. That's one of those, you know, here, that's one of those laser gates that we spoke about that's going to be problematic on the attacking side as they look to push. Creeds will find a kill, making it a 4v2, but it was the low HP player. Repositioned now from Asa. He's going to get caught out by Kenny, who walks right on in. Kenny gets himself a double at the end of the round, and ITB won a round that they desperately needed to.
What I want to see ITB do from this moment is now be the streaky team we tend to describe them as. Get 1 more round, get 2 more rounds. If you get 2 more rounds, you now have Wolves in a very difficult position where they have to force overtime to get qualified on their map pick. So ITB, that 1 round win is a massive boon for them. Delays Wolves getting on the championship or qualifying point, I should say, and that is a big benefit for them. So ITB, yet again, they might be trailing. It might be a difficult matchup for them. Stylistically, strategically, Wolves are a difficult team to break down, but they have proven time and time again ITB will not give up, and they are still here in this match. Great showing from this side.
And now we're seeing the Goyo setup on defense, right? You've got Echo, you've got Smoke, you've got Goyo. So really, once more, you're trying to prevent any sort of an easy plant from going down if you're on the defensive side. On the attack, usually you would like to see a, you know, attacker repick to Twitch to deal with those or make those a little bit easier to work with, and going to be Dokkaebi that's changed over to instead. So those Goyo canisters with it are going to be a bit of a problem for Into the Breach when they go to execute. If you want to make sure you can get this case down, I feel like you gotta hold Garage, particularly with that wall being soft. If you can control Garage and keep an eye down red and in towards the opposite site, it will enable that plant.
You have to get to that point in the round, though, where you can consider getting a case down. These teams tend to find an early clash in this map. Very rarely we get to that mid-late stage where everyone's still intact. Scrappy middle round engagements have been the favour of ITB so far in these last 2 rounds. And they find just a little bit more success. Logic bomb goes out, the phones will ring in the back pocket of Wolves. I think there's going to be scanning with that IQ on Creeds yet again, looking for some cheap information. Maybe detecting that Deimos throw, or maybe detecting, I miss, my eyes don't work as good as I used to, Gibby. Just take over after that one.
What, but you're literally in your early 20s.
I'm going through my quarter-life crisis, Gibson.
Kids these days, I don't know. Minute and 45 to work with here for ITB. The shotgun in blue, we've seen this time and time again. Warden shotgun, though, usually it's a smoke that you would see in this position as they're able to cover their own retreat. But with the fact that there's no real denial there for utility, you can toss some nades, you can clear that blue position very easily indeed. But I'm looking, are they going to try force this one down marble, or at least catch one of the players by surprise and backside?
They have that option available to them. I see again the elevator hatches have been opened up. They've given themselves a variety of options to work with. Positioning the case on elevator does send a little bit of a vibe to me that that's going to be the primary focal point of this push. The logic bombs go out, and this might be a little bit of a moment that they need. Those flashbangs sent out the server room will be some faux pressure trying to bait Wolves to commit into this, but ITB split across the map in this final minute now. Case still out towards elevators. And Kenny will likely want to make that call when to commit to it. You see one player lining up outside of blue. Echo's been locked onto by that death mark. And very critical one to clear out as well. Pushes on in, 2 players drop from the elevator, and it's going to be a cleanup for Wolves finding 2. Mogi's going to compound the issue, dead shot as well. P4 swings out wide with Azur, and it will now be match point for Wolves.
And this is the thing. While that execute was going on the opposite side of basement, they were trying to use stun grenades from server, flash grenades, to distract the Wolves defense. That's why P4 was still playing on the top of blue stairs at the end of the round and gets that final kill. But Wolves, they are just finding a way to win some of these messy rounds. 6-4 the score, 1 round away now from Riyadh. Can they send ITB to that 3rd place playoff for the final spot? Or does Kenny and the rest of this team have one more trick to play? Well, but the big surprise for me is I don't recall either of these teams using any of their tactical timeouts in this game. So Kenny must be pretty, even though he's not used it, he must be pretty confident with his team with just these 2 rounds left.
Again, we've seen across basically both these maps so far that ITB have the ability to find themselves around no matter what that pressure is. Again, trust the process. Not going to doubt the decision making of either of these sides. Again, I would like to preface this. ITB, it's not do or die for their road to Riyadh so far. They lose this game, they have that second chance. The side door entrance into EWC. They will have to play against Team Secret in a best of 3 tomorrow. Victory from that will decide who our 3rd representative from the European region will be. But still, not over yet. ITB, a team that will fight to the absolute death for everything. It's not over until the scoreboard says so. They've got 1 more round to try and stay alive.
This is where Wolves can really, back, those 2 new players in particular, Lasmu and Asa, can really show what they've been doing over the course of the last 2 maps. They're locked in on this top floor defense. As you can see from this camera, long angles of sight have been created. The castle being utilized once more to create that position of safety. No Kali this time. The Habana pellets will need to be utilized to deal with most of them but I don't really see any gone 6s on the attacking side here either. So for the defenders, oh my god, dead shot. Good night, Azur. Goodbye, Lion. And well, that's one of the, those last second pushes of one of those execute operators removed from the fray.
Difficult position now for ITB. Azur off the board, as you mentioned. Lion, a 3-2-1 operator, no longer in effect. Minute 30. Yokai drones could be a massive issue, and I think this is going to be the go button moment for ITB. Candela's sent in, they need to clear Trump, and Oscar's done just that. Deadshot falls. Need to get more control, bodies lining up, but it will be a three-piece collection, and Mowgli for one more. That's going to be Wolves locking in their spot. Their key to the Esports World Cup is now guaranteed, and they will be the second representative from the European region booking their ticket to Riyadh, Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup.
Pretty good weekend so far if you're a French fan, with your national side progressing in the Euros and two of your representatives in Siege progressing through to the EWC, the Esports World Cup group stages, and we can do nothing but wish them the best of luck. Obviously, you and I do most of our work now in LATAM and Brazil, so they're technically, you know, our home region, but we're always going to back the European sides. But tomorrow's matchup is such a curious one, because to me, Team Secret and ITB are kind of, the rosters at least feel like the new kids on the block. You know, the two rosters that everybody kind of fell in love with in stage one. Both of the sides played inside of Manchester. Now they're in a best of three. The Spin Twins going head to head to see which one will qualify for Riyadh.
It will be, a difficult one. I've got a soft spot for both these teams going into it, so it'll be a difficult one from a neutral observation point for me. But in today's stream, we have crowned or given keys to our two European representatives of BDS and Wolves. And, well, it is still a long road ahead for them, of course. They've got their ticket to the group stage. They need to survive that matchup of two groups of 8 teams, double elimination bracket, and best of 3 qualifiers, all to make it to that main stage. And they will be joining a very prestigious list of teams so far from other regions. From Brazil, we have FaZe, W7M, Liquid and Furia as their representatives. From South Korea, PSG Talon made it. From LATAM, our home region, Cruelty, with a new addition of Dante, made it all the way there. Asia, Bleed got that spot. From MENA, GK are the representatives, and from Oceania, Bliss have made it there too. So a very stacked roster, and more teams to be decided throughout the night, of course, as North American quals are only around 2 hours away from this moment. But Gibby, EU's looking stacked so far.
Looking pretty good for those two French sides. One more team left to go. Remember, if you want to keep an eye on the rest of the closed qualifiers, we will have some North American games later on tonight. I believe it's from midnight. Japan games in the early AM. Reminder, these teams are looking to book their way to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh, which is actually underway right now, with games like Warzone and Dota already underway.
I believe we've actually crowned a Warzone victor already.
Do we have?
Yes, Team Falcons take victory in Warzone as well, so they're doing very well in the club championship, holding second spot as well. And of course, a feature of this event that we've not mentioned so far is the club championship, the best performing organisation with the most points and a victory in individual title at the end of the Esports World Cup will be crowned the club champion and get themselves a very nice prize pool of 7 million USD. So a lot to compete for that one. I believe Fnatic is currently leading actually in terms of the club championship. They're yet to win in a title, of course. Fnatic won't have a representative from Rainbow Six there. ITB did slay that side in the earlier stage of this qualifying bracket, but a lot to play for still as these teams make their way out to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, it's definitely something that these players want to get to. The winners, of course, will make life-changing money. Big thing, though, is BDS will be back in Riyadh once more. Remember, before this became Esports World Cup, it was Gamers 8, and BDS won the only 2 iterations in Siege. They are looking to go for the three-peat. Whippet, what a day of action we've had so far. I know that you'll be watching NA pretty closely, and I think because we're not casting NA, we can safely say I think we want to see SSG progress out from that region. You know, Benja is definitely one of our favorite players out there. But Whippet, any closing sentiments on today, particularly as you look forward to tomorrow's matchup?
Biggest thing for me out of the 2 teams that made it, BDS looked to be very scary. Wolves in this new iteration with these 2 new players look to be a team that's already very solid, and these new players have already shown their value to the squad. But tomorrow's matchup, ITB versus Team Secret, a very difficult one to call. I'm not going to make a prediction. I'm going to stay completely neutral for that one no matter what. But Team Secret have been streaking upwards for a very long time during Stage 1. A great deep run to the quarterfinals of Manchester. ITB, A side that we know has potential, but they're yet to fully unlock everything this team has. They've had glimpses of that showing today against Wolves, but it was a difficult matchup for them. So I guarantee you, tomorrow's best of 3 is going to run the distance, and it will be a nail-biter to see who gets that third and final spot from the European region.
100%. Well, remember, this channel is the place to watch it. NA into Japan, into the final game for EU. Every team will be locked in for Esports World Cup by the end of this weekend. So we will see you guys in a few hours. Whippet and I, personally, we will see you tomorrow. Until then, take care, have a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you soon.